Welcome to the 10-day English Speaking Challenge. In just 10 days, your English speaking skills will grow faster than you think. You will practice real, everyday English with clear guidance every step of the way. You don't need to finish it all at once. Just pause anytime and come back right where you left off. Stick with it day by day, and by the end of this challenge, you'll be speaking more confidently, clearly, and naturally. Ready to begin? Let's jump into day 1. I wake up at 7 a.m. every day. I wake up at 7 a.m. every day. First thing I do is make my bed. First thing I do is make my bed. I usually have a cup of coffee in the morning. I usually have a cup of coffee in the morning. I take a shower before heading to work. I take a shower before heading to work. I leave the house at 8 a.m. sharp. I leave the house at 8 a.m. sharp. I catch the bus to get to the office. I catch the bus to get to the office. I like to check my emails when I get to work. I like to check my emails when I get to work. I usually take a 30-minute break around noon. I usually take a 30-minute break around noon. I enjoy reading during my lunch break. I enjoy reading during my lunch break. I have meetings with clients in the afternoon. I have meetings with clients in the afternoon. I usually finish work at 6 p.m. I usually finish work at 6 p.m. After work, I go for a walk to unwind. After work, I go for a walk to unwind. I eat dinner around 7:30 p.m. I eat dinner around 7:30 p.m. I watch TV shows to relax in the evening. I watch TV shows to relax in the evening. I like to go to bed by 11 p.m. I like to go to bed by 11 p.m. I always set an alarm to wake up. I always set an alarm to wake up. I check my calendar to see my schedule for the day. I check my calendar to see my schedule for the day. I take a nap during the weekend afternoons. I take a nap during the weekend afternoons. I enjoy having a slow morning on Sundays. I enjoy having a slow morning on Sundays. I often prepare meals for the week ahead. I often prepare meals for the week ahead. I do some light exercise every evening. I do some light exercise every evening. I like to plan my day the night before. I like to plan my day the night before. I need to pick up some vegetables today. I need to pick up some vegetables today. I always make a shopping list before I go. I always make a shopping list before I go. I grab a shopping trolley as soon as I enter. I grab a shopping trolley as soon as I enter. I usually start in the produce section. I usually start in the produce section. I'm looking for ripe bananas. I'm looking for ripe bananas. I can never find the avocados when I need them. I can never find the avocados when I need them. I need to buy some milk and eggs. I need to buy some milk and eggs. I love getting fresh bread from the bakery section. I love getting fresh bread from the bakery section. I often look for offers on canned goods. I often look for offers on canned goods. I like to check the expiry dates before buying anything. I like to check the expiry dates before buying anything. I usually spend a lot of time in the frozen food aisle. I usually spend a lot of time in the frozen food aisle. I'm trying to cut down on junk food this week. I'm trying to cut down on junk food this week. I need some pasta for dinner tonight. I need some pasta for dinner tonight. I often buy snacks for the kids. I often buy snacks for the kids. I get my meat from the butcher section. I get my meat from the butcher section. I grab some drinks on the way to the checkout. I grab some drinks on the way to the checkout. I prefer to use reusable shopping bags. I prefer to use reusable shopping bags. I always check the total price before paying. I always check the total price before paying. I never forget to buy toilet paper. I never forget to buy toilet paper. I always get organic vegetables when I can. I always get organic vegetables when I can. I try to avoid impulse purchases. I try to avoid impulse purchases. I enjoy browsing the international foods section. I enjoy browsing the international foods section. I have an appointment with Dr. Smith. I have an appointment with Dr. Smith. I'm feeling a bit under the weather today. I'm feeling a bit under the weather today. I have a cough that hasn't gone away for a week. I have a cough that hasn't gone away for a week. I need a checkup to make sure everything's okay. I need a checkup to make sure everything's okay. The nurse asked me to step on the scale. The nurse asked me to step on the scale. I've been feeling tired all the time lately. I've been feeling tired all the time lately. My throat feels sore when I swallow. My throat feels sore when I swallow. I think I might have a fever. I think I might have a fever. The doctor checked my temperature. The doctor checked my temperature. I need a prescription for some medicine. I need a prescription for some medicine. The doctor recommended I drink plenty of water. The doctor recommended I drink plenty of water. I'm allergic to some medications. I'm allergic to some medications. I have trouble sleeping at night. I have trouble sleeping at night. I need a flu shot before the winter. I need a flu shot before the winter. I've been coughing up phlegm. I've been coughing up phlegm. The doctor said I need more exercise. The doctor said I need more exercise. I'm getting a blood test done today. I'm getting a blood test done today. The nurse gave me a flu vaccine. The nurse gave me a flu vaccine. I've been feeling lightheaded lately. I've been feeling lightheaded lately. I'm going to get some rest this weekend. I'm going to get some rest this weekend. The doctor told me to avoid stress. The doctor told me to avoid stress. I'm worried about my cholesterol levels. I'm worried about my cholesterol levels. I'd like a large cappuccino, please. I'd like a large cappuccino, please. Can I get that with soy milk instead of regular milk? Can I get that with soy milk instead of regular milk? I love the smell of fresh coffee beans. I love the smell of fresh coffee beans. Do you have any pastries to go with my coffee? Do you have any pastries to go with my coffee? I need a double shot of espresso in my latte. I need a double shot of espresso in my latte. I'm trying to cut back on caffeine. I'm trying to cut back on caffeine. I'll take my coffee black, no sugar. I'll take my coffee black, no sugar. Is this your first time visiting this cafe? Is this your first time visiting this cafe? Do you have any vegan options for breakfast? Do you have any vegan options for breakfast? How do you like your coffee prepared? How do you like your coffee prepared? I usually grab a coffee to go. I usually grab a coffee to go. I prefer iced coffee in the summer. I prefer iced coffee in the summer. I like a little bit of cinnamon in my latte. I like a little bit of cinnamon in my latte. Would you like a medium or large coffee today? Would you like a medium or large coffee today? I need a pick-me-up this morning. I need a pick-me-up this morning. I enjoy sitting by the window and watching people. I enjoy sitting by the window and watching people. Can I have a decaf coffee with almond milk? Can I have a decaf coffee with almond milk? I'm a regular at this coffee shop. I'm a regular at this coffee shop. What time do you close today? What time do you close today? I love the atmosphere here. I love the atmosphere here. Do you have any gluten-free muffins? Do you have any gluten-free muffins? This place has the best coffee in town. This place has the best coffee in town. It's a beautiful day outside today. It's a beautiful day outside today. The sun is shining and there's not a cloud in the sky. The sun is shining and there's not a cloud in the sky. It looks like it's going to rain later. It looks like it's going to rain later. The forecast says it will be cold this weekend. The forecast says it will be cold this weekend. I love the crisp air in the autumn. I love the crisp air in the autumn. It's freezing this morning, isn't it? It's freezing this morning, isn't it? The weather has been so unpredictable lately. The weather has been so unpredictable lately. It's hot enough for a swim today. It's hot enough for a swim today. I hate it when it's too humid. I hate it when it's too humid. The wind is really picking up today. The wind is really picking up today. I hope it doesn't snow this winter. I hope it doesn't snow this winter. I love the sound of raindrops on the roof. I love the sound of raindrops on the roof. Is it going to be sunny tomorrow? Is it going to be sunny tomorrow? It looks like a storm is coming. It looks like a storm is coming. I'm hoping the rain clears up before the weekend. I'm hoping the rain clears up before the weekend. I always check the weather app before I leave home. I always check the weather app before I leave home. It's supposed to be warm this afternoon. It's supposed to be warm this afternoon. It's a little chilly this morning, isn't it? It's a little chilly this morning, isn't it? The humidity makes it feel even hotter. The humidity makes it feel even hotter. I prefer mild weather over extreme temperatures. I prefer mild weather over extreme temperatures. I can't stand the cold in winter. I can't stand the cold in winter. The fog is really thick this morning. The fog is really thick this morning. I'd like to make a reservation for two, please. I'd like to make a reservation for two, please. Can I get the menu, please? Can I get the menu, please? I'm allergic to nuts, so can you make sure my meal is nut-free? I'm allergic to nuts, so can you make sure my meal is nut-free? I'll have the grilled chicken with a side of vegetables. I'll have the grilled chicken with a side of vegetables. I prefer my steak medium rare. I prefer my steak medium rare. What are today's specials? What are today's specials? I'm trying to eat more vegetables. I'm trying to eat more vegetables. Do you have any vegetarian options on the menu? Do you have any vegetarian options on the menu? Can I get the dressing on the side? Can I get the dressing on the side? I'll have a glass of red wine with my dinner. I'll have a glass of red wine with my dinner. The soup of the day sounds delicious. The soup of the day sounds delicious. Could I get a to-go box for this? Could I get a to-go box for this? Can we get the bill, please? Can we get the bill, please? I'd like my steak well done, please. I'd like my steak well done, please. Do you have any gluten-free options? Do you have any gluten-free options? Is the fish fresh today? Is the fish fresh today? I'll take a coffee to finish, please. I'll take a coffee to finish, please. The dessert looks amazing, but I'm too full. The dessert looks amazing, but I'm too full. What do you recommend from the menu? What do you recommend from the menu? I'd like to try something new today. I'd like to try something new today. Can we sit by the window, please? Can we sit by the window, please? The service here is excellent. The service here is excellent. I have a meeting with the boss this afternoon. I have a meeting with the boss this afternoon. I need to send this email by the end of the day. I need to send this email by the end of the day. I'm going to grab some coffee before the meeting. I'm going to grab some coffee before the meeting. I've been working on this project for weeks. I've been working on this project for weeks. My desk is full of paperwork. My desk is full of paperwork. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to take a quick break. I need to review this report before the presentation. I need to review this report before the presentation. I'm in charge of the new marketing campaign. I'm in charge of the new marketing campaign. Can you help me with this presentation slide? Can you help me with this presentation slide? I have a lot of work to catch up on. I have a lot of work to catch up on. Let's discuss this during the meeting tomorrow. Let's discuss this during the meeting tomorrow. I'm waiting for feedback on my proposal. I'm waiting for feedback on my proposal. I need to schedule a conference call. I need to schedule a conference call. Do you have any updates on the project? Do you have any updates on the project? I'll be working late tonight to finish this task. I'll be working late tonight to finish this task. I'm looking forward to the weekend. I'm looking forward to the weekend. I need to organize my emails. I need to organize my emails. I'll follow up with you after the meeting. I'll follow up with you after the meeting. I have a deadline to meet by Friday. I have a deadline to meet by Friday. Can you check if the conference room is available? Can you check if the conference room is available? I'm attending a webinar later today. I'm attending a webinar later today. We need to update the client on the progress. We need to update the client on the progress. I'm so excited for this trip. I'm so excited for this trip. I hope the flight is on time. I hope the flight is on time. Do I need to show my passport before boarding? Do I need to show my passport before boarding? I need to check in for my flight. I need to check in for my flight. I have a layover in Dubai for 2 hours. I have a layover in Dubai for 2 hours. I'll grab a coffee before heading to my gate. I'll grab a coffee before heading to my gate. I can't believe my flight was delayed. I can't believe my flight was delayed. Can you help me with my luggage? Can you help me with my luggage? I need to exchange some money for the trip. I need to exchange some money for the trip. I hope my bags make it to the destination. I hope my bags make it to the destination. Is my gate number 12 or 14? Is my gate number 12 or 14? I'll go through security now. I'll go through security now. Do I need to remove my shoes for security? Do I need to remove my shoes for security? The airport is so busy today. The airport is so busy today. I love browsing the duty-free shops. I love browsing the duty-free shops. I'm going to relax in the lounge before the flight. I'm going to relax in the lounge before the flight. What time does the flight to Paris leave? What time does the flight to Paris leave? I need to get a boarding pass. I need to get a boarding pass. I hope there's no turbulence during the flight. I hope there's no turbulence during the flight. Can you tell me where the bathroom is? Can you tell me where the bathroom is? The flight attendants are really friendly. The flight attendants are really friendly. I'm flying to New York for a business trip. I'm flying to New York for a business trip. I love exploring new cities. I love exploring new cities. I'm planning a trip to Paris next summer. I'm planning a trip to Paris next summer. Do you have any recommendations for a place to stay? Do you have any recommendations for a place to stay? I always pack light when I travel. I always pack light when I travel. I like to learn a few words in the local language. I like to learn a few words in the local language. I'm going on a road trip this weekend. I'm going on a road trip this weekend. I booked my flights last night. I booked my flights last night. I need to book a hotel for my stay. I need to book a hotel for my stay. I always carry my passport when I travel internationally. I always carry my passport when I travel internationally. I enjoy visiting historical sites. I enjoy visiting historical sites. My favourite part of travelling is trying new food. My favourite part of travelling is trying new food. I prefer travelling by train instead of flying. I prefer travelling by train instead of flying. I'm so excited to visit the Eiffel Tower. I'm so excited to visit the Eiffel Tower. I need to arrange transportation from the airport. I need to arrange transportation from the airport. I'm packing my suitcase now. I'm packing my suitcase now. I love travelling with my family. I love travelling with my family. Travelling helps me relax and recharge. Travelling helps me relax and recharge. I've been dreaming of a beach holiday. I've been dreaming of a beach holiday. I always get travel insurance for my trips. I always get travel insurance for my trips. I'm looking for a travel guide for my destination. I'm looking for a travel guide for my destination. I want to experience the local culture. I want to experience the local culture. I'm considering renting a car while I'm on holiday. I'm considering renting a car while I'm on holiday. I need to open a new savings account. I need to open a new savings account. Can I withdraw money from my current account? Can I withdraw money from my current account? I want to transfer funds to another account. I want to transfer funds to another account. I'm looking for the ATM. I'm looking for the ATM. Do you offer online banking services? Do you offer online banking services? I need to check my balance. I need to check my balance. I'd like to apply for a credit card. I'd like to apply for a credit card. How much is the monthly service fee for this account? How much is the monthly service fee for this account? I need to order new checks. I need to order new checks. Can I deposit cash into my savings account? Can I deposit cash into my savings account? I want to exchange currency for my trip. I want to exchange currency for my trip. Do you offer loans for home purchases? Do you offer loans for home purchases? I need to update my personal information on my account. I need to update my personal information on my account. I'm here to deposit a check. I'm here to deposit a check. What's the interest rate on a savings account? What's the interest rate on a savings account? I want to close my account today. I want to close my account today. Do you offer mobile banking apps? Do you offer mobile banking apps? I need to report a lost credit card. I need to report a lost credit card. I'd like to speak to a manager about my account. I'd like to speak to a manager about my account. Can you help me with setting up online payments? Can you help me with setting up online payments? I need to change the PIN on my debit card. I need to change the PIN on my debit card. I'd like to get a banker's draft for my rent. I'd like to get a banker's draft for my rent. I'm looking for a new pair of jeans. I'm looking for a new pair of jeans. This jacket looks great on you. This jacket looks great on you. Do you have this in a smaller size? Do you have this in a smaller size? I'm trying to find a dress for a wedding. I'm trying to find a dress for a wedding. I love browsing through the sale rack. I love browsing through the sale rack. I need some new shoes for work. I need some new shoes for work. These shoes are a bit too expensive for me. These shoes are a bit too expensive for me. I prefer casual clothes for the weekend. I prefer casual clothes for the weekend. Do you have any jackets with a hood? Do you have any jackets with a hood? I love trying on clothes, but I hate waiting in line. I love trying on clothes, but I hate waiting in line. This shirt is a little tight in the shoulders. This shirt is a little tight in the shoulders. I'm going to return this because it doesn't fit well. I'm going to return this because it doesn't fit well. I'm looking for a coat that will keep me warm in winter. I'm looking for a coat that will keep me warm in winter. What do you think of these pants? Too long? What do you think of these pants? Too long? I'd like to try on these shoes in size 8. I'd like to try on these shoes in size 8. I love how this scarf matches my outfit. I love how this scarf matches my outfit. These sunglasses are perfect for the summer. These sunglasses are perfect for the summer. I need a new winter coat for the cold weather. I need a new winter coat for the cold weather. Do you have any clothes for taller people? Do you have any clothes for taller people? I can never decide between black and blue. I can never decide between black and blue. I'm looking for something more formal for the office. I'm looking for something more formal for the office. I'd like to buy clothes that are comfortable and stylish. I'd like to buy clothes that are comfortable and stylish. How's your day going so far? How's your day going so far? Have you been to any good restaurants lately? Have you been to any good restaurants lately? The weather is so unpredictable today, isn't it? The weather is so unpredictable today, isn't it? I love your shoes. Where did you get them? I love your shoes. Where did you get them? Have you seen any good movies recently? Have you seen any good movies recently? I've been reading a great book about history. I've been reading a great book about history. Do you have any fun plans for the weekend? Do you have any fun plans for the weekend? How's work going these days? How's work going these days? I heard there's a new cafe opening down the street. I heard there's a new cafe opening down the street. What kind of music do you like listening to? What kind of music do you like listening to? Are you into any sports or hobbies? Are you into any sports or hobbies? I just got back from a trip to the beach. I just got back from a trip to the beach. Have you ever been to a music festival? Have you ever been to a music festival? How do you usually spend your holidays? How do you usually spend your holidays? I'm thinking about getting a new hobby. Any suggestions? I'm thinking about getting a new hobby. Any suggestions? It's been so busy around here lately, hasn't it? It's been so busy around here lately, hasn't it? Do you prefer coffee or tea in the morning? Do you prefer coffee or tea in the morning? I can't decide if I should go for a walk or stay in today. I can't decide if I should go for a walk or stay in today. What's your favourite way to relax after a long day? What's your favourite way to relax after a long day. Have you ever tried cooking something new and exciting? Have you ever tried cooking something new and exciting? I've been to the new gym in town. Have you? I've been to the new gym in town. Have you? I heard they're opening a new park nearby. Are you planning to visit? I heard they're opening a new park nearby. Are you planning to visit? I need to mail this package to London. I need to mail this package to London. Can I get stamps for international mail? Can I get stamps for international mail? I'm sending this letter by express delivery. I'm sending this letter by express delivery. How much will it cost to send this overseas? How much will it cost to send this overseas? I need a box to ship this item in. I need a box to ship this item in. Do you offer insurance for packages? Do you offer insurance for packages? I'm looking for a post office near my location. I'm looking for a post office near my location. I'll pick up some postcards while I'm here. I'll pick up some postcards while I'm here. Can you help me with filling out this form? Can you help me with filling out this form? I want to send this by priority mail. I want to send this by priority mail. How long will it take to get there by regular mail? How long will it take to get there by regular mail? I'd like to track my package, please. I'd like to track my package, please. I need to buy some envelopes to mail my documents. I need to buy some envelopes to mail my documents. How do I address an envelope for international mail? How do I address an envelope for international mail? I've been waiting for my package for a week. I've been waiting for my package for a week. I need to get a receipt for this transaction. I need to get a receipt for this transaction. Can I send this letter by registered mail? Can I send this letter by registered mail? I'm sending a birthday card to my friend. I'm sending a birthday card to my friend. Can I pick up a parcel I missed here? Can I pick up a parcel I missed here? I'm sending a gift to my family. I'm sending a gift to my family. Do you offer shipping for large items? Do you offer shipping for large items? I'm here to collect a package that was delivered. I'm here to collect a package that was delivered. I'm starting a new fitness routine today. I'm starting a new fitness routine today. Do you have any recommendations for a good workout? Do you have any recommendations for a good workout? I prefer cardio over weightlifting. I prefer cardio over weightlifting. I'm trying to build more muscle this year. I'm trying to build more muscle this year. I'm feeling sore from yesterday's workout. I'm feeling sore from yesterday's workout. I like to stretch before I start exercising. I like to stretch before I start exercising. I usually warm up on the treadmill for 10 minutes. I usually warm up on the treadmill for 10 minutes. I'm going to try a yoga class later. I'm going to try a yoga class later. I can't lift very heavy weights yet, but I'm getting there. I can't lift very heavy weights yet, but I'm getting there. I prefer to work out in the mornings. I prefer to work out in the mornings. I need to get a new gym membership. I need to get a new gym membership. Do you have any advice for losing weight? Do you have any advice for losing weight? I'm doing squats to strengthen my legs. I'm doing squats to strengthen my legs. I've been focusing on my core exercises lately. I've been focusing on my core exercises lately. I'm taking a break from running today. I'm taking a break from running today. I love how good I feel after a workout. I love how good I feel after a workout. I try to go to the gym at least 3 times a week. I try to go to the gym at least 3 times a week. I want to improve my flexibility. I want to improve my flexibility. I can feel the burn after that workout. I can feel the burn after that workout. I'm working on my cardio endurance. I'm working on my cardio endurance. I feel great after a good stretch. I feel great after a good stretch. I'm going to start using dumbbells in my routine. I'm going to start using dumbbells in my routine. I'm looking for a book on history. I'm looking for a book on history. Do you have any new releases in fiction? Do you have any new releases in fiction? I love browsing the aisles for interesting books. I love browsing the aisles for interesting books. I need to return these books by Friday. I need to return these books by Friday. I prefer reading physical books over e-books. I prefer reading physical books over e-books. I'm studying for an exam. Do you have any study guides? I'm studying for an exam. Do you have any study guides? I like to read before bed every night. I like to read before bed every night. I'm looking for a mystery novel to read. I'm looking for a mystery novel to read. I need to renew my library card. I need to renew my library card. Do you have any books on self-improvement? Do you have any books on self-improvement? I love the quiet atmosphere in the library. I love the quiet atmosphere in the library. I've finished reading this book. Time to find a new one. I finished reading this book. Time to find a new one. I'm checking out this novel for a friend. I'm checking out this novel for a friend. I usually visit the library every weekend. I usually visit the library every weekend. I prefer to read non-fiction books about science. I prefer to read non-fiction books about science. I'm researching for a project at the library today. I'm researching for a project at the library today. I like to find a comfy chair to sit and read. I like to find a comfy chair to sit and read. I'm looking for a biography of a famous person. I'm looking for a biography of a famous person. I'm planning to borrow some books for the weekend. I'm planning to borrow some books for the weekend. I enjoy reading books about personal development. I enjoy reading books about personal development. I need to reserve a book online before coming in. I need to reserve a book online before coming in. The library has a great selection of novels. The library has a great selection of novels. I'd like to check into my room, please. I'd like to check into my room, please. Is breakfast included in the price? Is breakfast included in the price? Can I get an extra towel for the room? Can I get an extra towel for the room? I need a wake-up call at 7 a.m. tomorrow. I need a wake-up call at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Is there a gym in this hotel? Is there a gym in this hotel? I'm looking for a quiet room away from the street. I'm looking for a quiet room away from the street. Could you recommend any nearby restaurants? Could you recommend any nearby restaurants? Do you offer room service at this hotel? Do you offer room service at this hotel? I need to check out at noon today. I need to check out at noon today. Can I get a late checkout tomorrow? Can I get a late checkout tomorrow? How much is the parking fee per day? How much is the parking fee per day? I'm having trouble with the air conditioning in my room. I'm having trouble with the air conditioning in my room. Do you have any available rooms for tonight? Do you have any available rooms for tonight? The Wi-Fi in my room isn't working properly. The Wi-Fi in my room isn't working properly. I'm looking for a hotel with a pool. I'm looking for a hotel with a pool. Can I pay for the room with my credit card? Can I pay for the room with my credit card? I'd like to make a reservation for next weekend. I'd like to make a reservation for next weekend. I'd like a room with a view of the city. I'd like a room with a view of the city. Is there a shuttle service to the airport? Is there a shuttle service to the airport? I'll need a key for the gym access, please. I'll need a key for the gym access, please. The lobby is so spacious and beautiful. The lobby is so spacious and beautiful. I'll be staying here for 3 nights. I'll be staying here for 3 nights. Can you take me to the airport, please? Can you take me to the airport, please? How much will it cost to get to the centre of town? How much will it cost to get to the centre of town? I prefer to sit in the front seat. I prefer to sit in the front seat. Could you take a different route? There's traffic ahead. Could you take a different route? There's traffic ahead. Do you have the air conditioning on? It's a bit warm. Do you have the air conditioning on? It's a bit warm. Can you drop me off at the nearest hotel? Can you drop me off at the nearest hotel? I'll pay by card. Is that okay? I'll pay by card. Is that okay? I need to get to the train station quickly. I need to get to the train station quickly. Can you wait for me for a few minutes while I grab something? Can you wait for me for a few minutes while I grab something? Do you know the best way to get to the museum? Do you know the best way to get to the museum? I don't have cash. Can I pay by credit card? I don't have cash. Can I pay by credit card? Can you stop here? I need to pick up something. Can you stop here? I need to pick up something. How long will it take to reach my destination? How long will it take to reach my destination? Can you turn on the GPS? I'm not familiar with this area. Can you turn on the GPS? I'm not familiar with this area. Could you take the fastest route, please? Could you take the fastest route, please? I'm in a rush. Please drive quickly but safely. I'm in a rush. Please drive quickly but safely. Can you take me to this address? Can you take me to this address? Do you have a car charger for my phone? Do you have a car charger for my phone? I need to go to the airport. I have a flight in 2 hours. I need to go to the airport. I have a flight in 2 hours. Are there any good restaurants around here? Are there any good restaurants around here? Please drive carefully. I'm feeling a little dizzy. Please drive carefully. I'm feeling a little dizzy. I've never been here before. Any recommendations? I've never been here before. Any recommendations? What time does the party start tonight? What time does the party start tonight? I can't wait to see everyone at the party. I can't wait to see everyone at the party. Are you bringing a +1 to the party? Are you bringing a +1 to the party? I'm going to wear a casual outfit to the party. I'm going to wear a casual outfit to the party. I'm planning to bring a bottle of wine. I'm planning to bring a bottle of wine. Is there a theme for the party? Is there a theme for the party? I love meeting new people at parties. I love meeting new people at parties. I hope they have great music at this party. I hope they have great music at this party. I'm not a big fan of loud parties, but I'll go anyway. I'm not a big fan of loud parties, but I'll go anyway. I'm going to bring a gift for the host. I'm going to bring a gift for the host. What's the dress code for the party? What's the dress code for the party? I'll be there around 8 p.m. I'll be there around 8 p.m. I hope there's enough food and drinks for everyone. I hope there's enough food and drinks for everyone. I heard the party is going to be amazing. I heard the party is going to be amazing. I'm bringing my best friend along to the party. I'm bringing my best friend along to the party. I need to get a gift for the birthday party. I need to get a gift for the birthday party. I hope it's not too crowded at the party. I hope it's not too crowded at the party. I'm really excited for the party tonight. I'm really excited for the party tonight. Are we having the party indoors or outdoors? Are we having the party indoors or outdoors? What kind of food will they serve at the party? What kind of food will they serve at the party? I'll leave early because I have an early meeting tomorrow. I'll leave early because I have an early meeting tomorrow. I hope to catch up with old friends at the party. I hope to catch up with old friends at the party. I'll call you back in a few minutes. I'll call you back in a few minutes. Can I leave a message for you? Can I leave a message for you? I'm sorry, I missed your call earlier. I'm sorry, I missed your call earlier. Who's calling, please? Who's calling, please? Can I speak to John, please? Can I speak to John, please? I'll be there in 5 minutes. I'm just finishing up. I'll be there in 5 minutes. I'm just finishing up. Let me check if she's available. Let me check if she's available. Sorry, I don't have that information right now. Sorry, I don't have that information right now. I'll call you when I'm done with this meeting. I'll call you when I'm done with this meeting. Do you want to leave a voicemail? Do you want to leave a voicemail? I'll have to call you back after work. I'll have to call you back after work. Please hold for a moment. Please hold for a moment. Can I put you on speakerphone? Can I put you on speakerphone? I'll call you when I get home. I'll call you when I get home. I'm sorry, the line is busy right now. I'm sorry, the line is busy right now. Do you want to set up a time to talk later? Do you want to set up a time to talk later? I'll call you in a few minutes. I'll call you in a few minutes. Can I speak to someone else about this? Can I speak to someone else about this? I missed your call. What did you need? I missed your call. What did you need? Can I call you back in 5 minutes? Can I call you back in 5 minutes? What's a good time to reach you? What's a good time to reach you? Sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you repeat? Sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you repeat? I need a haircut. Can you trim the sides a bit? I need a haircut. Can you trim the sides a bit? Can you style my hair for a wedding tomorrow? Can you style my hair for a wedding tomorrow? I want to try a new look with my haircut. I want to try a new look with my haircut. I'm thinking about going shorter this time. I'm thinking about going shorter this time. Can you give me a layered haircut? Can you give me a layered haircut? I like my hair to be cut in a bob style. I like my hair to be cut in a bob style. I need my bangs trimmed, please. I need my bangs trimmed, please. Can you add some highlights to my hair? Can you add some highlights to my hair? I want to change my hair colour to something lighter. I want to change my hair colour to something lighter. I'd like a trim to remove the split ends. I'd like a trim to remove the split ends. Could you make my hair a little bit curlier today? Could you make my hair a little bit curlier today? I need to get a haircut for my job interview. I need to get a haircut for my job interview. I want to go blonde. Can you recommend a shade? I want to go blonde. Can you recommend a shade? I'd like to have my hair straightened today. I'd like to have my hair straightened today. Could you add a little volume to my hair? Could you add a little volume to my hair? I'm thinking of getting bangs. What do you think? I'm thinking of getting bangs. What do you think? Can you dye my hair back to its natural colour? Can you dye my hair back to its natural colour? I want a professional style for my wedding day. I want a professional style for my wedding day. Can you cut my hair into a pixie style? Can you cut my hair into a pixie style? I'm trying to grow out my hair. Can you shape it? I'm trying to grow out my hair. Can you shape it? I want a sleek look today with no frizz. I want a sleek look today with no frizz. Can you give me a head massage while you wash my hair? Can you give me a head massage while you wash my hair? I'm excited to learn new things today. I'm excited to learn new things today. Could you explain this topic again? Could you explain this topic again? I have a question about the assignment. I have a question about the assignment. I need help with my homework. I need help with my homework. What's the best way to study for the test? What's the best way to study for the test? I'm really interested in today's lesson. I'm really interested in today's lesson. Can we take a short break before continuing? Can we take a short break before continuing? I missed the class last week. Can you catch me up? I missed the class last week. Can you catch me up? I didn't understand the last part of the lesson. I didn't understand the last part of the lesson. Could you give me some extra practice on this topic? Could you give me some extra practice on this topic? I need to review for my exam next week. I need to review for my exam next week. How do I submit my assignment? How do I submit my assignment? Can I work with a partner on this project? Can I work with a partner on this project? I'd like to take some notes on that. I'd like to take some notes on that. When is the next quiz? When is the next quiz? Could you recommend any resources for extra study? Could you recommend any resources for extra study? I have a presentation next week. I have a presentation next week. I'm trying to improve my pronunciation. I'm trying to improve my pronunciation. Can we have a group discussion on this topic? Can we have a group discussion on this topic? I'm struggling with this chapter. Could you explain it more? I'm struggling with this chapter. Could you explain it more? What's the best strategy for the upcoming exam? What's the best strategy for the upcoming exam? I want to participate more in class discussions. I want to participate more in class discussions. I'd like to buy 2 tickets for the evening show. I'd like to buy 2 tickets for the evening show. What time does the movie start? What time does the movie start? Is there a discount for students? Is there a discount for students? Can I get some popcorn and a drink, please? Can I get some popcorn and a drink, please? I want to watch the new superhero movie. I want to watch the new superhero movie. How much are the tickets for adults? How much are the tickets for adults? I prefer watching movies in 3D. I prefer watching movies in 3D. Where is the nearest cinema? Where is the nearest cinema? I love the atmosphere at the movie theatre. I love the atmosphere at the movie theatre. Are there any new releases this weekend? Are there any new releases this weekend? What's the movie rating? Is it appropriate for kids? What's the movie rating? Is it appropriate for kids? I'm not sure if I should watch that movie. I heard mixed reviews. I'm not sure if I should watch that movie. I heard mixed reviews. Can I buy tickets in advance online? Can I buy tickets in advance online? Do you have any special offers on snacks? Do you have any special offers on snacks? I prefer watching movies on the big screen rather than at home. I prefer watching movies on the big screen rather than at home. I need to find my seat in the theatre. I need to find my seat in the theatre. Do you have any vegetarian snack options? Do you have any vegetarian snack options? The film is so good, I'm definitely going to recommend it. The film is so good, I'm definitely going to recommend it. I'm excited to see the new action film this weekend. I'm excited to see the new action film this weekend. I usually watch movies on opening night. I usually watch movies on opening night. Can you tell me where the bathroom is in the theatre? Can you tell me where the bathroom is in the theatre? Do you offer a loyalty card for frequent moviegoers? Do you offer a loyalty card for frequent moviegoers? Because. Because. I stayed home because it was too cold outside. I stayed home because it was too cold outside. Although. Although. Although he tried, he couldn't fix the issue. Although he tried, he couldn't fix the issue. Since. Since. Since you're here, let's start the meeting. Since you're here, let's start the meeting. Unless. Unless. You won't get in unless you show your ID. You won't get in unless you show your ID. While. While. She made dinner while I cleaned the house. She made dinner while I cleaned the house. Though. though. The phone is old, though it still works fine. The phone is old, though it still works fine. Even though, even though. Even though I was nervous, I said yes. Even though I was nervous, I said yes. Whereas, whereas. He loves mornings, whereas I prefer nights. He loves mornings, whereas I prefer nights. Until, until. Stay here until I come back. Stay here until I come back. If, if. If you need help, just ask. If you need help, just ask. So, so. I forgot my wallet, so I went back. I forgot my wallet, so I went back. Therefore, therefore. It was late, therefore we left. It was late, therefore we left. Thus, thus. He missed the train, thus arriving late. He missed the train, thus arriving late. Hence, hence. It rained all day, hence the flooding. It rained all day, hence the flooding. Due to, due to. The flight was delayed due to fog. The flight was delayed due to fog. As a result, as a result. She studied hard. As a result, she passed. She studied hard. As a result, she passed. However, however. It's expensive. However, it's worth it. It's expensive. However, it's worth it. Nevertheless, nevertheless. The task was hard. Nevertheless, he succeeded. The task was hard. Nevertheless, he succeeded. Nonetheless, nonetheless. She was tired. Nonetheless, she finished the race. She was tired. Nonetheless, she finished the race. Still, still. I told him no. Still, he asked again. I told him no. Still, he asked again. Even so, even so. It's risky. Even so, I'll do it. It's risky. Even so, I'll do it. But. He's kind, but very shy. He's kind, but very shy. Yet. It's strange, yet true. It's strange, yet true. Instead. Let's watch a movie instead. Let's watch a movie instead. Otherwise. Call them now, otherwise we'll miss the deadline. Call them now, otherwise we'll miss the deadline. Also. He's funny. He's also very smart. He's funny. He's also very smart. Two. I'd like some coffee too. I'd like some coffee too. As well. She sings and plays guitar as well. She sings and plays guitar as well. Moreover, moreover. She's smart. Moreover, she's hard-working. She's smart. Moreover, she's hard-working. Besides, besides. I'm not hungry. Besides, it's late. I'm not hungry. Besides, it's late. Then, then. We had dinner, then watched TV. We had dinner, then watched TV. After, after. I'll call you after the meeting. I'll call you after the meeting. Before, before. Wash your hands before eating. Wash your hands before eating. Soon, soon. I'll be home soon. I'll be home soon. Already, already. She's already seen that film. She's already seen that film. Later, later. I'll do it later. I'll do it later. Now, now. I need to leave now. I need to leave now. Eventually, eventually. He eventually got the job. He eventually got the job. Meanwhile, meanwhile. Meanwhile, I'll wait here. Meanwhile, I'll wait here. Recently, recently. I recently changed my password. I recently changed my password. Nowadays, nowadays. Nowadays, everything is online. Nowadays, everything is online. Often, often. We often go there on weekends. We often go there on weekends. Sometimes, sometimes. Sometimes I forget my keys. Sometimes I forget my keys. Rarely, rarely. He rarely eats fast food. He rarely eats fast food. Always, always. She always arrives early. She always arrives early. Usually, usually. I usually walk to work. I usually walk to work. Never, never. I've never seen that movie. I've never seen that movie. Every, every. I drink coffee every morning. I drink coffee every morning. Each, each. Each student got a book. Each student got a book. Many, many. Many people joined the event. Many people joined the event. Some, some. Some of the answers were correct. Some of the answers were correct. Few, few. Only a few spots are left. Only a few spots are left. Much, much. There isn't much time left. There isn't much time left. Most, most. Most kids love ice cream. Most kids love ice cream. All, all. All the seats were taken. All the seats were taken. Any. Any. Do you have any money? Do you have any money? Several. Several. We had several meetings today. We had several meetings today. Plenty. Plenty. There's plenty of food for everyone. There's plenty of food for everyone. Can. Can. I can swim very well. I can swim very well. Could. Could. Could you help me, please? Could you help me, please? Should. Should. You should see a doctor. You should see a doctor. Would. Would. I would love to join. I would love to join. Might. Might. It might rain later. It might rain later. Must. Must. You must wear a helmet. You must wear a helmet. Will. Will. I will call you later. I will call you later. Shall. Shall. Shall we begin? Shall we begin? Have to. Have to. I have to leave now. I have to leave now. Need to. Need to. You need to listen carefully. You need to listen carefully. This. This. This is my bag. This is my bag. That. That. I like that song. I like that song. These. These. These shoes are new. These shoes are new. Those. Those. Those were the days. Those were the days. Someone. Someone. Someone left the door open. Someone left the door open. Anyone. Anyone. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Everyone. Everyone. Everyone loves a good story. Everyone loves a good story. No one. No one. No one knows the answer. No one knows the answer. Nothing. Nothing. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. Everything. Everything. Everything is ready. Everything is ready. Something. Something. I heard something strange. I heard something strange. Each other. Each other. They respect each other. They respect each other. Both. Both. I like both options. I like both options. Neither. Neither. Neither answer is correct. Neither answer is correct. Either. Either. You can take either seat. You can take either seat. Just. Just. I just got home. I just got home. Really. Really. I really like this song. I really like this song. only, only. It only takes 5 minutes. It only takes 5 minutes. Almost, almost. I almost missed the train. I almost missed the train. Quite, quite. That's quite interesting. That's quite interesting. Pretty, pretty. It's pretty expensive, isn't it? It's pretty expensive, isn't it? Actually, actually. I actually enjoyed the movie. I actually enjoyed the movie. Literally, literally. He literally ran 10 miles. He literally ran 10 miles. Probably, probably. I'll probably stay home tonight. I'll probably stay home tonight. Clearly, clearly. He clearly doesn't understand. He clearly doesn't understand. Basically, basically. Basically, it's a simple idea. Basically, it's a simple idea. Definitely, definitely. I'm definitely going to that concert. I'm definitely going to that concert. Certainly, certainly. You're certainly welcome to join. You're certainly welcome to join. Exactly, exactly. That's exactly what I meant. That's exactly what I meant. Wherever, wherever. Sit wherever you like. Sit wherever you like. Throughout, throughout. He travelled throughout the country by train. He travelled throughout the country by train. Weather, weather. I'm not sure whether he'll come or not. I'm not sure whether he'll come or not. Wake up, wake up. Meaning, stop sleeping, stop sleeping. I usually wake up around 6:30 without an alarm. I usually wake up around 6:30 without an alarm. Get up, get up. Meaning, rise from bed, rise from bed. It's hard to get up when it's still dark outside. It's hard to get up when it's still dark outside. Turn off, turn off. Meaning, stop a device from working. Stop a device from working. I turn off my alarm as fast as I can. I turn off my alarm as fast as I can. Roll over, roll over. Meaning, turn your body to the side. Turn your body to the side. I roll over and try to sleep 5 more minutes. I roll over and try to sleep 5 more minutes. Doze off, doze off. Meaning, fall asleep again. Fall asleep again. I sometimes doze off after turning off my alarm. I sometimes doze off after turning off my alarm. Lie in, lie in. Meaning, Stay in bed longer than usual. Stay in bed longer than usual. On Sundays, I like to lie in for a while. On Sundays, I like to lie in for a while. Stretch out. Stretch out. Meaning, extend your body after resting. Extend your body after resting. I stretch out my arms and legs before getting up. I stretch out my arms and legs before getting up. Throw off. Throw off. Meaning, remove something quickly. Remove something quickly. I throw off the blanket and head to the bathroom. I throw off the blanket and head to the bathroom. Freshen up. Freshen up. Meaning, quickly wash to feel clean. Quickly wash to feel clean. I freshen up before making breakfast. I freshen up before making breakfast. Brush off. Brush off. Meaning, remove debris by brushing. Remove debris by brushing. I brush off some lint from my shirt. I brush off some lint from my shirt. Rinse out. Rinse out. Meaning, clean with water. Clean with water. I rinse out my mouth after brushing my teeth. I rinse out my mouth after brushing my teeth. Turn on. Turn on. Meaning, activate a device. Activate a device. I turn on the shower and wait for it to heat up. I turn on the shower and wait for it to heat up. Step in. Step in. Meaning, enter a place. Enter a place. I step in the shower carefully. I step in the shower carefully. Dry off. Dry off. Meaning, remove water from the body. Remove water from the body. I dry off with a towel after showering. I dry off with a towel after showering. Clean out. Clean out. Meaning, thoroughly clean inside. Thoroughly clean inside. I clean out the sink when I see hair in it. I clean out the sink when I see hair in it. Put on. Put on. Meaning, wear clothing. Wear clothing. I put on my favourite hoodie every morning. I put on my favourite hoodie every morning. Take off. Take off. Meaning, remove clothing. Remove clothing. I take off my pyjamas and toss them on the bed. I take off my pyjamas and toss them on the bed. Zip up. Zip up. Meaning, fasten with a zip. Fasten with a zip. I zip up my hoodie when it's cold. I zip up my hoodie when it's cold. Button up. Button up. Meaning, fasten with buttons. Fasten with buttons. I button up my shirt before leaving the house. I button up my shirt before leaving the house. Throw on, meaning wear something quickly, wear something quickly. I throw on some clothes because I'm running late. I throw on some clothes because I'm running late. Slip on, meaning put on quickly and easily. Put on quickly and easily. I slip on my shoes near the door. I slip on my shoes near the door. Pick out, meaning choose something, choose something. I pick out my outfit the night before. I pick out my outfit the night before. Look over, meaning quickly check, quickly check. I look over my clothes for stains. I look over my clothes for stains. Heat up, meaning make food warm, make food warm. I heat up some leftovers for breakfast. I heat up some leftovers for breakfast. Pour out, meaning transfer liquid, transfer liquid. I pour out some juice into a glass. I pour out some juice into a glass. Cut up, meaning chop into pieces, chop into pieces. I cut up some fruit to add to my cereal. I cut up some fruit to add to my cereal. Whip up, meaning make something quickly, make something quickly. I whip up a quick omelette when I have time. I whip up a quick omelette when I have time. Run out of, meaning no longer have something, no longer have something. I run out of milk almost every week. I run out of milk almost every week. Set out, meaning place things for use, place things for use. I set out a bowl, spoon and mug on the table. I set out a bowl, spoon and mug on the table. Clear off, meaning remove things, remove things. I clear off the table before I eat. I clear off the table before I eat. Clean up, meaning tidy by removing mess, tidy by removing mess. I always clean up the kitchen after breakfast. I always clean up the kitchen after breakfast. Check out, meaning take a quick look, take a quick look. I check out the weather before choosing my coat. I check out the weather before choosing my coat. Write down, meaning record in writing, record in writing. I write down my to-do list on a sticky note. I write down my to-do list on a sticky note. Look for. Look for. Meaning, search for something. Search for something. I look for my keys every single morning. I look for my keys every single morning. Pack up. Pack up. Meaning, gather your things. Gather your things. I pack up my bag before heading out. I pack up my bag before heading out. Head out. Head out. Meaning, leave a place. Leave a place. I head out by 8 a.m. on weekdays. I head out by 8 a.m. on weekdays. Drop off. Drop off. Meaning, take something, someone, somewhere. Take something, someone, somewhere. I drop off my little brother at school on the way. I drop off my little brother at school on the way. Fill up. Fill up. Meaning, make something full. Make something full. I fill up my water bottle before leaving. I fill up my water bottle before leaving. Jot down. Jot down. Meaning, write quickly. Write quickly. I jot down a few ideas during breakfast. I jot down a few ideas during breakfast. Think over. Think over. Meaning, consider something. Consider something. I think over my priorities for the day while brushing. I think over my priorities for the day while brushing. Go over. Go over. Meaning, review mentally. Review mentally. I go over my schedule in my head before leaving. I go over my schedule in my head before leaving. Calm down. Calm down. Meaning, relax after stress. Relax after stress. I take a few minutes to calm down before a busy day. I take a few minutes to calm down before a busy day. Gear up. Gear up. Meaning, prepare mentally. Prepare mentally. I gear up for a long day at work. I gear up for a long day at work. Zone out. Zone out. Meaning, lose focus. Lose focus. I often zone out while staring at the mirror. I often zone out while staring at the mirror. Head back. Head back. Meaning, return. Return. If I forget something, I head back home to grab it. If I forget something, I head back home to grab it. Work out. Work out. Meaning, exercise to improve fitness. Exercise to improve fitness. I try to work out for at least 20 minutes every morning. I try to work out for at least 20 minutes every morning. Sleep through. Sleep through. Meaning, remain asleep despite noise or alarm. Remain asleep despite noise or alarm. I accidentally sleep through my alarm at least once a week. I accidentally sleep through my alarm at least once a week. Drag out. Drag out. Meaning, make something last longer than necessary. Make something last longer than necessary. I tend to drag out my breakfast when I don't feel like working. I tend to drag out my breakfast when I don't feel like working. Shake off. Shake off. Meaning, get rid of something unwanted. Get rid of something unwanted. I shake off my sleepiness with a splash of cold water. I shake off my sleepiness with a splash of cold water. Check in on. Check in on. Meaning, see if someone or something is okay. See if someone or something is okay. I check in on my dog before I leave for work. I check in on my dog before I leave for work. Happy. Ecstatic. She was ecstatic when she got the job offer. She was ecstatic when she got the job offer. Sad. Heartbroken. He looked heartbroken after hearing the bad news. He looked heartbroken after hearing the bad news. Angry. Furious. She was furious when they lost her luggage. She was furious when they lost her luggage. Scared. Terrified. I was terrified during the thunderstorm. I was terrified during the thunderstorm. Tired. Exhausted. We were exhausted after the 12-hour hike. We were exhausted after the 12-hour hike. Bored. Uninterested. He seemed completely uninterested in the conversation. He seemed completely uninterested in the conversation. Surprised. Stunned. I was stunned by how good the movie was. I was stunned by how good the movie was. Calm. Serene. The lake looked serene at sunrise. The lake looked serene at sunrise. Nervous. Anxious. She felt anxious before the big meeting. She felt anxious before the big meeting. Excited. Thrilled. They were thrilled to see their favourite band live. They were thrilled to see their favourite band live. Smart. Brilliant. She came up with a brilliant solution. She came up with a brilliant solution. Dumb. Brainless. That was a brainless decision. That was a brainless decision. Quick, swift. She gave a swift response to the question. She gave a swift response to the question. Slow, sluggish. His progress was sluggish after the break. His progress was sluggish after the break. Talented, gifted. The child is gifted in both art and music. The child is gifted in both art and music. Hard-working, diligent. She's a diligent student who always meets deadlines. She's a diligent student who always meets deadlines. Lazy, idle. She remained idle while others were working. She remained idle while others were working. Clever, ingenious. That was an ingenious way to fix the problem. That was an ingenious way to fix the problem. Confused, perplexed. I was perplexed by the complex instructions. I was perplexed by the complex instructions. Focused, attentive. He remained attentive throughout the lecture. He remained attentive throughout the lecture. Beautiful, stunning. She looked stunning in that red dress. She looked stunning in that red dress. Ugly, unattractive. The design is outdated and unattractive. The design is outdated and unattractive. Pretty, attractive. She looked attractive in that dress. She looked attractive in that dress. Cute, adorable. Look at that adorable puppy. Look at that adorable puppy. Fat, overweight. The doctor said he was slightly overweight. The doctor said he was slightly overweight. Skinny, slim. She has a slim figure. She has a slim figure. Tall, towering. He's a towering presence on the basketball court. He's a towering presence on the basketball court. Short, petite. She's quite petite but very strong. She's quite petite but very strong. Neat, polished. His appearance was polished and professional. His appearance was polished and professional. Messy, dishevelled. He looked dishevelled after the long flight. He looked dishevelled after the long flight. Nice, charming. He's a charming host who makes everyone feel welcome. He's a charming host who makes everyone feel welcome. Mean, cruel. She made a cruel comment about his appearance. She made a cruel comment about his appearance. Funny, hilarious. That stand-up show was hilarious. That stand-up show was hilarious. Serious, stern. His expression was stern during the interview. His expression was stern during the interview. Kind, compassionate. She's a compassionate nurse who really cares. She's a compassionate nurse who really cares. Rude, impolite. It was impolite to interrupt her mid-sentence. It was impolite to interrupt her mid-sentence. Friendly, approachable. She's very approachable and easy to talk to. She's very approachable and easy to talk to. Shy, timid. The dog was timid around new people. The dog was timid around new people. Helpful, supportive. He was incredibly supportive during my recovery. He was incredibly supportive during my recovery. Loud, boisterous. The boisterous crowd cheered all night. The boisterous crowd cheered all night. Big, massive. They live in a massive house near the hills. They live in a massive house near the hills. Small, tiny. She found a tiny frog in the garden. She found a tiny frog in the garden. Long, lengthy. They had a lengthy discussion about politics. They had a lengthy discussion about politics. Huge, enormous. The elephant's ears were absolutely enormous. The elephant's ears were absolutely enormous. Wide, broad. The road was broad enough for 2 trucks. The road was broad enough for 2 trucks. Narrow, tight. The tight hallway made it hard to carry the furniture through. The tight hallway made it hard to carry the furniture through. Thick, dense. The fog was dense and hard to see through. The fog was dense and hard to see through. Flat, level. Make sure the table is on a level surface. Make sure the table is on a level surface. Heavy, weighty. He struggled to lift the weighty box onto the shelf. He struggled to lift the weighty box onto the shelf. Light, lightweight. This suitcase is surprisingly lightweight. This suitcase is surprisingly lightweight. Early, prompt. He's always prompt for his meetings. He's always prompt for his meetings. Late, delayed. The train was delayed due to weather. The train was delayed due to weather. Fast, rapid. She made rapid progress. She made rapid progress. Temporary, short-lived. Their excitement was short-lived when the rain started. Their excitement was short-lived when the rain started. Old, Ancient. They visited an ancient castle. They visited an ancient castle. Young. Youthful. She has a very youthful energy. She has a very youthful energy. Recent. Current. That's the current version of the software. That's the current version of the software. New. Fresh. They brought in fresh ideas. They brought in fresh ideas. Modern. Contemporary. The museum has a contemporary design. The museum has a contemporary design. Busy. Hectic. It's been a hectic day. It's been a hectic day. Good. Excellent. She did an excellent job. She did an excellent job. Bad. Terrible. The service was terrible. The service was terrible. Clean. Spotless. The kitchen was spotless. The kitchen was spotless. Dirty. Filthy. The floor was absolutely filthy. The floor was absolutely filthy. Strong. Powerful. He gave a powerful performance. He gave a powerful performance. Weak. Frail. She felt frail after the illness. She felt frail after the illness. Easy. Effortless. His singing seemed effortless. His singing seemed effortless. Hard. Challenging. It was a challenging puzzle. It was a challenging puzzle. Cheap. Inexpensive. These shoes were inexpensive but durable. These shoes were inexpensive but durable. Expensive. Pricey. That restaurant is quite pricey. That restaurant is quite pricey. Tasty. Delicious. The cake was absolutely delicious. The cake was absolutely delicious. Gross. Revolting. That smell was revolting. That smell was revolting. Sweet. Sugary. These drinks are too sugary. These drinks are too sugary. Sour. Tangy. I love the tangy flavour of lime. I love the tangy flavour of lime. Spicy. Fiery. He loves fiery curries. He loves fiery curries. Salty. Briny. The soup had a briny aftertaste. The soup had a briny aftertaste. Soft. Cushiony. The mattress is super cushiony. The mattress is super cushiony. Rough. Gritty. The sandpaper felt gritty. The sandpaper felt gritty. Cold. Chilly. It's a bit chilly this morning. It's a bit chilly this morning. Hot. Scorching. The sun was scorching by midday. The sun was scorching by midday. Common, widespread. That belief is widespread in this area. That belief is widespread in this area. Rare, uncommon. It's an uncommon species of butterfly. It's an uncommon species of butterfly. Easygoing, laid back. He's a laid back kind of guy. He's a laid back kind of guy. Strict, rigid. The rules were rigid and outdated. The rules were rigid and outdated. Basic, fundamental. You need a fundamental understanding of grammar. You need a fundamental understanding of grammar. Advanced, sophisticated. They use a sophisticated system of tracking. They use a sophisticated system of tracking. Useful, practical. That tip was very practical. That tip was very practical. Useless, pointless. Fighting about it is pointless now. Fighting about it is pointless now. Real, authentic. This is an authentic Italian recipe. This is an authentic Italian recipe. Fake, counterfeit. They found a counterfeit passport. They found a counterfeit passport. Normal, typical. It was a typical Monday, slow and uneventful. It was a typical Monday, slow and uneventful. Weird, unusual. That was an unusual reaction to good news. That was an unusual reaction to good news. Important, crucial. It's crucial that you submit the form today. It's crucial that you submit the form today. Dangerous, hazardous. Those chemicals can be hazardous to your health. Those chemicals can be hazardous to your health. Safe, secure. This building feels very secure at night. This building feels very secure at night. Smelly, pungent. The cheese had a pungent aroma. The cheese had a pungent aroma. Clear, transparent. She gave a transparent explanation of the policy. She gave a transparent explanation of the policy. Awkward, uncomfortable. The silence became increasingly uncomfortable. The silence became increasingly uncomfortable. Annoying, irritating. That buzzing sound is so irritating. That buzzing sound is so irritating. Broken, damaged. The package arrived slightly damaged. The package arrived slightly damaged. Absolutely, absolutely. Meaning completely, totally, completely, totally. I absolutely love this song. I absolutely love this song. Undoubtedly, undoubtedly, meaning without question, without question. She is undoubtedly the best player on the team. She is undoubtedly the best player on the team. Totally, totally, meaning entirely, entirely. That was totally unexpected. That was totally unexpected. Completely, completely, meaning fully 100%, fully 100%. I completely forgot about the meeting. I completely forgot about the meeting. Entirely, entirely, meaning wholly, wholly. The decision was entirely his. The decision was entirely his. Utterly, utterly, meaning completely, often for negative emphasis. Completely, often for negative emphasis. I was utterly shocked by the news. I was utterly shocked by the news. Firmly, firmly, meaning strongly and confidently. Strongly and confidently. She firmly believes in second chances. She firmly believes in second chances. Deeply, deeply, meaning intensely, strongly, intensely, strongly. He was deeply moved by the story. He was deeply moved by the story. Strongly, strongly, meaning with force or emphasis. With force or emphasis. I strongly disagree with that statement. I strongly disagree with that statement. Decisively, decisively, meaning in a clear and firm way. In a clear and firm way. He acted decisively in the crisis. He acted decisively in the crisis. Vastly, vastly, meaning greatly, immensely, greatly, immensely. This method is vastly more effective. This method is vastly more effective. Seriously, seriously, meaning with importance or sincerity. With importance or sincerity. You should take this seriously. You should take this seriously. Surely, surely, meaning without a doubt. Without a doubt. Surely you're not serious. Surely you're not serious. Clearly, clearly, meaning obviously, plainly, obviously, plainly. He was clearly lying. He was clearly lying. Positively, positively, meaning with certainty or optimism. With certainty or optimism. She spoke positively about the outcome. She spoke positively about the outcome. Passionately, passionately, meaning with intense feeling. With intense feeling. He spoke passionately about education. He spoke passionately about education. furiously, furiously, meaning with intense anger, with intense anger. She furiously denied the accusation. She furiously denied the accusation. Eagerly, eagerly, meaning with excitement and anticipation, with excitement and anticipation. They eagerly waited for the announcement. They eagerly waited for the announcement. Energetically, energetically, meaning with great energy, with great energy. She energetically cleaned the entire house. She energetically cleaned the entire house. Desperately, desperately, meaning with extreme urgency or need, with extreme urgency or need. He desperately searched for a solution. He desperately searched for a solution. Anxiously, anxiously, meaning with worry or nervousness, with worry or nervousness. I'm anxiously waiting for the results. I'm anxiously waiting for the results. Cheerfully, cheerfully, meaning in a happy, positive way. In a happy, positive way. She cheerfully greeted everyone. She cheerfully greeted everyone. Warmly, warmly, meaning with kindness or affection. With kindness or affection. They welcomed us warmly. They welcomed us warmly. Briskly, briskly, meaning quickly and actively. Quickly and actively. He walked briskly to the station. He walked briskly to the station. Boldly, boldly, meaning confidently, without fear. Confidently, without fear. She boldly spoke her mind. She boldly spoke her mind. Blissfully, blissfully, meaning in a state of great happiness. In a state of great happiness. They were blissfully unaware of the chaos. They were blissfully unaware of the chaos. Deliberately, deliberately, meaning on purpose, on purpose. He deliberately ignored my message. He deliberately ignored my message. Reluctantly, reluctantly, meaning unwillingly, unwillingly. She reluctantly agreed to help. She reluctantly agreed to help. Gratefully, gratefully, meaning with thankfulness, with thankfulness. I gratefully accepted the offer. I gratefully accepted the offer. Happily, happily, meaning with joy, with joy. They happily spent the day together. They happily spent the day together. Frankly, frankly, meaning honestly and directly. Honestly and directly. Frankly, I don't think that's a good idea. Frankly, I don't think that's a good idea. Cautiously, cautiously, meaning carefully to avoid danger. Carefully to avoid danger. He cautiously opened the door. He cautiously opened the door. Sarcastically, sarcastically, meaning in a mocking or ironic way. In a mocking or ironic way. Great job, he said sarcastically. Great job, he said sarcastically. Confidently, confidently, meaning with self-assurance, with self-assurance. She confidently answered the questions. She confidently answered the questions. Thoughtfully, thoughtfully, meaning with care or consideration, with care or consideration. He thoughtfully paused before speaking. He thoughtfully paused before speaking. Sharply, sharply, meaning in a critical or intense way. In a critical or intense way. She replied sharply. She replied sharply. Quietly, quietly, meaning in a soft or low voice. In a soft or low voice. He quietly entered the room. He quietly entered the room. Curiously, curiously, meaning with interest or eagerness to know. With interest or eagerness to know. She curiously asked about his trip. She curiously asked about his trip. Calmly, calmly, meaning without excitement or anger. Without excitement or anger. He calmly explained the problem. He calmly explained the problem. Softly, softly, meaning in a gentle or low way. In a gentle or low way. She softly sang the lullaby. She softly sang the lullaby. Persuasively, persuasively, meaning with the ability to convince. With the ability to convince. He spoke persuasively during the debate. He spoke persuasively during the debate. Wisely, wisely, meaning with knowledge and good judgment. With knowledge and good judgment. She wisely chose to stay silent. She wisely chose to stay silent. Briefly, briefly, meaning for a short time or in few words. For a short time or in few words. He briefly explained the plan. He briefly explained the plan. Sincerely, sincerely, meaning honestly and genuinely. Honestly and genuinely. I sincerely apologize for the mistake. I sincerely apologize for the mistake. Rationally, rationally, meaning with logical thinking. With logical thinking. Try to think rationally about the situation. Try to think rationally about the situation. Quickly, quickly, meaning fast, fast. She quickly grabbed her bag. She quickly grabbed her bag. Promptly, promptly, meaning immediately without delay. Immediately without delay. He replied promptly to the email. He replied promptly to the email. Regularly, regularly, meaning often and consistently. Often and consistently. I exercise regularly. I exercise regularly. Constantly, constantly, meaning all the time, all the time. He's constantly checking his phone. He's constantly checking his phone. Rarely, rarely, meaning not often, not often. They rarely go out during the week. They rarely go out during the week. Eventually, eventually, meaning in the end, in the end. He eventually agreed. He eventually agreed. Recently, recently, meaning not long ago, not long ago. I recently moved to London. I recently moved to London. Suddenly, suddenly, meaning unexpectedly, unexpectedly. Suddenly the lights went out. Suddenly the lights went out. Immediately, immediately, meaning without waiting, without waiting. Leave immediately, leave immediately. Frequently, frequently, meaning often, often. He frequently visits his grandma. He frequently visits his grandma. Occasionally, occasionally, meaning sometimes, sometimes. We occasionally eat out. We occasionally eat out. Gradually, gradually, meaning slowly over time, slowly over time. The noise gradually faded. The noise gradually faded. Temporarily, temporarily, meaning for a short time, for a short time. The shop is temporarily closed. The shop is temporarily closed. Steadily, steadily, meaning in a constant, gradual way, in a constant, gradual way. She worked steadily towards her goal. She worked steadily towards her goal. Permanently, permanently, meaning forever, forever. The changes will be permanently applied. The changes will be permanently applied. Exactly, exactly, meaning precisely, precisely. That's exactly what I meant. That's exactly what I meant. Approximately, approximately, meaning around, about, around, about. It'll take approximately 20 minutes. It'll take approximately 20 minutes. Barely, barely, meaning almost not, almost not. He barely passed the exam. He barely passed the exam. Hardly, hardly, meaning scarcely, scarcely. I hardly slept last night. I hardly slept last night. Partially, partially, meaning in part, in part. The road was partially closed. The road was partially closed. Virtually, virtually, meaning almost completely, almost completely. The town was virtually empty. The town was virtually empty. Mainly, mainly, meaning mostly, mostly. We talked mainly about work. We talked mainly about work. Roughly, roughly, meaning approximately, approximately. There were roughly 30 people there. There were roughly 30 people there. Precisely, precisely, meaning exactly with detail, exactly with detail. That's precisely the problem. That's precisely the problem. Technically, technically, meaning according to rules or facts, according to rules or facts. Technically, he's right. Technically, he's right. Arguably, arguably, meaning it can be argued that. It can be argued that. She's arguably the best in the world. She's arguably the best in the world. Possibly, possibly, meaning maybe, maybe. Can I possibly borrow your pen? Can I possibly borrow your pen? Unbelievably, unbelievably, meaning in an amazing or shocking way. In an amazing or shocking way. He ran unbelievably fast. He ran unbelievably fast. Undeniably, undeniably, meaning cannot be denied, cannot be denied. She is undeniably talented. She is undeniably talented. Subtly, subtly, meaning in a quiet but clever way. In a quiet but clever way. He subtly changed the subject. He subtly changed the subject. Distinctly, distinctly, meaning in a clear and noticeable way. In a clear and noticeable way. I distinctly remember locking the door. I distinctly remember locking the door. Likely, likely, meaning probably, probably. It's likely to rain later. It's likely to rain later. Try on, try on, meaning to put on clothes to see how they fit or look. To put on clothes to see how they fit or look. I always try on shoes before I buy them. I always try on shoes before I buy them. Shop around, shop around, meaning to compare prices or quality in different stores. To compare prices or quality in different stores. We decided to shop around before choosing a new laptop. We decided to shop around before choosing a new laptop. Pick out, meaning to choose something from a group. To choose something from a group. She helped me pick out a dress for the wedding. She helped me pick out a dress for the wedding. Drop in, meaning to visit a shop casually or without planning. To visit a shop casually or without planning. I might drop in that vintage shop later today. I might drop in that vintage shop later today. Look for, meaning to search for something, to search for something. I always look for the best deals before buying anything online. I always look for the best deals before buying anything online. Run out of, meaning to have no more of something, to have no more of something. We might run out of milk if we don't buy some today. We might run out of milk if we don't buy some today. Pop into, meaning to quickly go into a shop, to quickly go into a shop. Let's pop into the bakery on the way home. Let's pop into the bakery on the way home. Splash out, meaning to spend a lot of money on something special. To spend a lot of money on something special. I don't usually splash out on clothes, but this jacket was worth it. I don't usually splash out on clothes, but this jacket was worth it. Queue up, meaning to wait in line, to wait in line. We had to queue up for an hour during the sale. We had to queue up for an hour during the sale. Check out, meaning to pay for items at a shop, to pay for items at a shop. We can check out at the self-service tills. We can check out at the self-service tills. Put back, meaning to return something to its place. To return something to its place. I changed my mind and put back the jumper. I changed my mind and put back the jumper. Take back, meaning to return a purchased item. To return a purchased item. I had to take back the jeans because they were too tight. I had to take back the jeans because they were too tight. Stock up on, meaning to buy a large quantity of something. To buy a large quantity of something. Let's stock up on snacks for the weekend. Let's stock up on snacks for the weekend. Sell out, meaning to have no more items left for sale. To have no more items left for sale. They usually sell out of trainers within hours during big sales. They usually sell out of trainers within hours during big sales. Mark down, meaning to reduce the price of something. To reduce the price of something. Shops often mark down items at the end of the season. Shops often mark down items at the end of the season. Give away, give away, meaning to offer something for free, to offer something for free. They usually give away free samples during store openings. They usually give away free samples during store openings. Rip off, rip off, meaning to charge too much for something, to charge too much for something. £10 for a sandwich? That's such a rip-off. £10 for a sandwich? That's such a rip-off. Go for, go for, meaning to choose or select something, to choose or select something. I might go for the red one instead. I might go for the red one instead. Line up, meaning to stand in a row to wait for service. To stand in a row to wait for service. Customers often line up early for Black Friday deals. Customers often line up early for Black Friday deals. Look around, meaning to browse without buying, to browse without buying. We plan to look around the shops before deciding what to buy. We plan to look around the shops before deciding what to buy. Pay for, meaning to exchange money for goods, to exchange money for goods. He offered to pay for the groceries. He offered to pay for the groceries. Pick up, meaning to collect or buy something, to collect or buy something. I need to pick up some milk on the way home. I need to pick up some milk on the way home. Hand over, meaning to give money to someone, especially unwillingly. To give money to someone, especially unwillingly. I had to hand over £50 for that handbag. I had to hand over £50 for that handbag. Cut back on, meaning to reduce spending, to reduce spending. We're trying to cut back on online shopping. We're trying to cut back on online shopping. Look over, meaning to inspect something carefully, to inspect something carefully. I always look over the receipt to check for mistakes. I always look over the receipt to check for mistakes. Go with, meaning to match or complement something in style, colour or design. To match or complement something in style, colour or design. I want to find a bag that will go with my new shoes. I want to find a bag that will go with my new shoes. Send off for, meaning to order something by post or online. To order something by post or online. I sent off for a pair of custom trainers. I sent off for a pair of custom trainers. Throw in. Throw in. Meaning, to include something extra for free. To include something extra for free. They said they would throw in a free belt if I bought the jacket. They said they would throw in a free belt if I bought the jacket. Get through. Get through. Meaning, to spend or use something quickly. To spend or use something quickly. We always get through a lot of snacks during the holidays. We always get through a lot of snacks during the holidays. Ring up. Ring up. Meaning, to enter the price of an item in the till. To enter the price of an item in the till. Can you ring up these items while I grab one more thing? Can you ring up these items while I grab one more thing? Turn up. Turn up. Meaning, to appear or be found unexpectedly. To appear or be found unexpectedly. Sometimes great bargains turn up when you least expect them. Sometimes great bargains turn up when you least expect them. Come across. Come across. Meaning, to find something by chance. To find something by chance. You might come across some hidden gems in the clearance section. You might come across some hidden gems in the clearance section. Lay out. Lay out. Meaning, to spend a large amount of money. To spend a large amount of money. I don't want to lay out too much money on something I'll only wear once. I don't want to lay out too much money on something I'll only wear once. Pop back. Pop back. Meaning, to return briefly to a shop. To return briefly to a shop. I'll pop back later if I change my mind. I'll pop back later if I change my mind. Try out. Try out. Meaning, to test or use something for the first time. To test or use something for the first time. You can try out the headphones before you buy them. You can try out the headphones before you buy them. Been abandoned. Been abandoned. The project has been abandoned due to budget cuts. The project has been abandoned due to budget cuts. Been accepted. Been accepted. Her application has been accepted by the university. Her application has been accepted by the university. Been accused. Been accused. He has been accused of stealing company funds. He has been accused of stealing company funds. Been added. Been added. A new feature has been added to the app. A new feature has been added to the app. Been adopted. Been adopted. The new policy has been adopted across all departments. The new policy has been adopted across all departments. Been affected. Been affected. Many people have been affected by the power outage. Many people have been affected by the power outage. Been approved. Been approved. Your request has been approved. Your request has been approved. Been arrested. Been arrested. The suspect has been arrested by the police. The suspect has been arrested by the police. Been assigned. Been assigned. You have been assigned to the marketing team. You have been assigned to the marketing team. Been asked. Been asked. I've been asked to give a presentation. I've been asked to give a presentation. Been available. Been available. The book has been available since last month. The book has been available since last month. Been avoided. Been avoided. That topic has been avoided during meetings. That topic has been avoided during meetings. Been awarded. Been awarded. She has been awarded the Employee of the Month. She has been awarded the Employee of the Month. Been banned. Been banned. The product has been banned in several countries. The product has been banned in several countries. Been beaten. Been beaten. Our team has been beaten in the finals. Our team has been beaten in the finals. Been beneficial. Been beneficial. The new training has been beneficial. The new training has been beneficial. Been blamed. Been blamed. He has been blamed for the delay. He has been blamed for the delay. Been blocked. Been blocked. Access to the website has been blocked. Access to the website has been blocked. Been broken. Been broken. The printer has been broken for days. The printer has been broken for days. Been busy. Been busy. I've been busy with work all week. I've been busy with work all week. Been cancelled. Been cancelled. The flight has been cancelled. The flight has been cancelled. Been caught. Been caught. He has been caught cheating. He has been caught cheating. Been changed. Been changed. The schedule has been changed. The schedule has been changed. Been chosen. Been chosen. She has been chosen to lead the team. She has been chosen to lead the team. Been cleaned. Been cleaned. The kitchen has been cleaned. The kitchen has been cleaned. been closed, been closed. The shop has been closed since Friday. The shop has been closed since Friday. Been completed, been completed. The project has been completed. The project has been completed. Been confirmed, been confirmed. Your booking has been confirmed. Your booking has been confirmed. Been confused, been confused. I've been confused about the instructions. I've been confused about the instructions. Been connected, been connected. The phone has been connected to the network. The phone has been connected to the network. Been considered, been considered. That idea has been considered before. That idea has been considered before. Been contacted, been contacted. You've been contacted by HR. You've been contacted by HR. Been convicted, been convicted. He has been convicted of fraud. He has been convicted of fraud. Been cooked, been cooked. Dinner has been cooked already. Dinner has been cooked already. Been delayed, been delayed. The meeting has been delayed. The meeting has been delayed. Been denied, been denied. He has been denied access. He has been denied access. Been described, been described. The suspect has been described as tall and thin. The suspect has been described as tall and thin. Been destroyed, been destroyed. The documents have been destroyed. The documents have been destroyed. Been developed, been developed. The app has been developed in-house. The app has been developed in-house. Been discovered, been discovered. A new species has been discovered. A new species has been discovered. Been discussed, been discussed. That issue has already been discussed. That issue has already been discussed. Been dismissed, been dismissed. The case has been dismissed. The case has been dismissed. Been distributed, been distributed. The materials have been distributed. The materials have been distributed. Been done, been done. Everything has been done. Everything has been done. Been drunk, been drunk. All the juice has been drunk. All the juice has been drunk. Been eaten, been eaten. The cake has been eaten. The cake has been eaten. Been effective, been effective. The new strategy has been effective. The new strategy has been effective. Been elected, been elected. She has been elected president. She has been elected president. Been eliminated. Been eliminated. The bugs have been eliminated. The bugs have been eliminated. Been employed. Been employed. He has been employed for 5 years. He has been employed for 5 years. Been encouraged. Been encouraged. We've been encouraged to try new ideas. We've been encouraged to try new ideas. Been established. Been established. The company has been established since 1990. The company has been established since 1990. Been examined. Been examined. Your eyes have been examined. Your eyes have been examined. Been excited. Been excited. I've been excited about this trip. I've been excited about this trip. Been expected. Been expected. You've been expected. You've been expected. Been explored. Been explored. The area has been explored thoroughly. The area has been explored thoroughly. Been extended. Been extended. The deadline has been extended. The deadline has been extended. Been failing. Been failing. My internet has been failing all day. My internet has been failing all day. Been fired. Been fired. He has been fired. He has been fired. Been fixed. Been fixed. The leak has been fixed. The leak has been fixed. Been found. Been found. The keys have been found. The keys have been found. Been forgotten. Been forgotten. Her birthday has been forgotten. Her birthday has been forgotten. Been given. Been given. You've been given another chance. You've been given another chance. Been gone. Been gone. They've been gone for hours. They've been gone for hours. Been helpful. Been helpful. You've been helpful. You've been helpful. Been hurt. Been hurt. He has been hurt in the accident. He has been hurt in the accident. Been ignored. Been ignored. Her suggestions have been ignored. Her suggestions have been ignored. Been included. Been included. The fees have been included. The fees have been included. Been informed. Been informed. You've been informed. You've been informed. Been injured. Been injured. 3 people have been injured. 3 people have been injured. Been invited. Been invited. You've been invited to the party. You've been invited to the party. Been joined. Been joined. We've been joined by new members. We've been joined by new members. Been judged. Been judged. She has been judged unfairly. She has been judged unfairly. Been justified. Been justified. His actions have been justified. His actions have been justified. Been known. Been known. She's been known to exaggerate. She's been known to exaggerate. Been late. Been late. He's been late again. He's been late again. Been left. Been left. The door has been left open. The door has been left open. Been lied to. Been lied to. I've been lied to. I've been lied to. Been located. Been located. The files have been located. The files have been located. Been lost. Been lost. My wallet has been lost. My wallet has been lost. Been lucky. Been lucky. We've been lucky with the weather. We've been lucky with the weather. Been made. Been made. The decision has been made. The decision has been made. Been mentioned. Been mentioned. Your name has been mentioned. Your name has been mentioned. Been modified. Been modified. The document has been modified. The document has been modified. Been moved. Been moved. The meeting has been moved. The meeting has been moved. Been needed. Been needed. Help has been needed. Help has been needed. Been nominated. Been nominated. She has been nominated for an award. She has been nominated for an award. Been notified. Been notified. You've been notified. You've been notified. Been offered. Been offered. I've been offered a new job. I've been offered a new job. Been opened. Been opened. The package has been opened. The package has been opened. Been organised. Been organised. The event has been organised. The event has been organised. Been paid. Been paid. He has been paid. He has been paid. Been planned. Been planned. The trip has been planned. The trip has been planned. Been postponed. Been postponed. The concert has been postponed. The concert has been postponed. Been prepared. Been prepared. Everything has been prepared. Everything has been prepared. Been promoted. Been promoted. She has been promoted. She has been promoted. Been protected. Been protected. The area has been protected. The area has been protected. Been published. Been published. Her book has been published. Her book has been published. Been raised. Been raised. Prices have been raised. Prices have been raised. Been reassigned. Been reassigned. He's been reassigned to a different department. He's been reassigned to a different department. Been recalled. Been recalled. The product has been recalled for safety reasons. The product has been recalled for safety reasons. Been recorded. Been recorded. The conversation has been recorded. The conversation has been recorded. Been reduced. Been reduced. The price has been reduced by 20%. The price has been reduced by 20%. Been refused. Been refused. She has been refused entry to the club. She has been refused entry to the club. Been registered. Been registered. Your complaint has been registered. Your complaint has been registered. Been released. Been released. The movie has been released worldwide. The movie has been released worldwide. Been removed. Been removed. The post has been removed. The post has been removed. Been repaired. Been repaired. The damage has been repaired. The damage has been repaired. Been replaced. Been replaced. The broken part has been replaced. The broken part has been replaced. Been reported. Been reported. The crime has been reported to the police. The crime has been reported to the police. Been requested. Been requested. A refund has been requested. A refund has been requested. Been resolved. Been resolved. The issue has been resolved. The issue has been resolved. Been restricted. Been restricted. Access has been restricted to staff only. Access has been restricted to staff only. Been reviewed. Been reviewed. Your application has been reviewed. Your application has been reviewed. Been rewarded. Been rewarded. He has been rewarded for his hard work. He has been rewarded for his hard work. Been ruined. Been ruined. My shoes have been ruined by the rain. My shoes have been ruined by the rain. Been said. Been said. Everything that needed to be said has been said. Everything that needed to be said has been said. Been satisfied. Been satisfied. All the requirements have been satisfied. All the requirements have been satisfied. Been scheduled. Been scheduled. The appointment has been scheduled. The appointment has been scheduled. Been searched. Been searched. The whole area has been searched. The whole area has been searched. Been selected. Been selected. You've been selected for an interview. You've been selected for an interview. Been sent. Been sent. The documents have been sent. The documents have been sent. Been shared. Been shared. The files have been shared with the team. The files have been shared with the team. Been shown. Been shown. The results have been shown in the report. The results have been shown in the report. Been signed. Been signed. The contract has been signed. The contract has been signed. Been solved. Been solved. The mystery has been solved. The mystery has been solved. Been stolen. Been stolen. My phone has been stolen. My phone has been stolen. Been stopped. Been stopped. The machine has been stopped. The machine has been stopped. Been studied. Been studied. The topic has been studied extensively. The topic has been studied extensively. Been submitted. Been submitted. The form has been submitted online. The form has been submitted online. Been successful. Been successful. The operation has been successful. The operation has been successful. Been supported. Been supported. He has been supported by his colleagues. He has been supported by his colleagues. Been suspected. Been suspected. She has been suspected of fraud. She has been suspected of fraud. Been suspended. Been suspended. The employee has been suspended. The employee has been suspended. Been taken. Been taken. All the good seats have been taken. All the good seats have been taken. Been tested. Been tested. The new formula has been tested. The new formula has been tested. Been told. Been told. I've been told the news already. I've been told the news already. Been trained. Been trained. She has been trained for this role. She has been trained for this role. Been translated. Been translated. The book has been translated into 6 languages. The book has been translated into 6 languages. Been treated. Been treated. The injury has been treated. The injury has been treated. Been tried. Been tried. The case has been tried in court. The case has been tried in court. Been trusted. Been trusted. He has been trusted with sensitive information. He has been trusted with sensitive information. Been uncovered. Been uncovered. A major scandal has been uncovered. A major scandal has been uncovered. Been updated. Been updated. The software has been updated. The software has been updated. Been used. Been used. This method has been used successfully. This method has been used successfully. Been validated. Been validated. Your parking ticket has been validated. Your parking ticket has been validated. Been verified. Been verified. His identity has been verified. His identity has been verified. Been viewed. Been viewed. The video has been viewed over 1 million times. The video has been viewed over 1 million times. Been violated. Been violated. Their rights have been violated. Their rights have been violated. Been visited. Been visited. The site has been visited by thousands. The site has been visited by thousands. Been voted. Been voted. He has been voted Best Actor. He has been voted Best Actor. Been warned. Been warned. You've been warned several times. You've been warned several times. Been washed. Been washed. The car has been washed. The car has been washed. Been wasted. Been wasted. Too much time has been wasted. Too much time has been wasted. Been welcomed. Been welcomed. She has been welcomed warmly by the team. She has been welcomed warmly by the team. Been withdrawn. Been withdrawn. The complaint has been withdrawn. The complaint has been withdrawn. Been witnessed. Been witnessed. The incident has been witnessed by many. The incident has been witnessed by many. Been won. Been won. The match has been won. The match has been won. Been worked on. Been worked on. That proposal has been worked on for months. That proposal has been worked on for months. Been written. Been written. The essay has been written. The essay has been written. Been yelled at. Been yelled at. I've been yelled at for being late. I've been yelled at for being late. Fish for compliments. Fish for compliments. Meaning, try to get compliments indirectly. Try to get compliments indirectly. Stop trying to fish for compliments and take the praise. Stop trying to fish for compliments and take the praise. Hit the ground running. Hit the ground running. Meaning, start something quickly and successfully. Start something quickly and successfully. She hit the ground running on her first day. She hit the ground running on her first day. Blow off steam. Blow off steam. Meaning, release stress or anger. Release stress or anger. He goes for a run to blow off steam. He goes for a run to blow off steam. Let the cat out of the bag. Let the cat out of the bag. Meaning, reveal a secret unintentionally. Reveal a secret unintentionally. She let the cat out of the bag about the surprise party. She let the cat out of the bag about the surprise party. Once in a blue moon. Once in a blue moon. Meaning, very rarely. Very rarely. He visits his hometown once in a blue moon. He visits his hometown once in a blue moon. Spill the beans. Spill the beans. Meaning, reveal a secret. Reveal a secret. Come on, spill the beans. What did he say? Come on, spill the beans. What did he say? Under the weather. Under the weather. Meaning, feeling ill or unwell. Feeling ill or unwell. I'm staying home today. I'm feeling a bit under the weather. I'm staying home today. I'm feeling a bit under the weather. Back to the drawing board. Back to the drawing board. Meaning, start again from the beginning. Start again from the beginning. The plan didn't work, so it's back to the drawing board. The plan didn't work, so it's back to the drawing board. The ball is in your court. The ball is in your court. Meaning, it's your decision or responsibility now. It's your decision or responsibility now. I've done my part. Now the ball is in your court. I've done my part. Now the ball is in your court. The best of both worlds. The best of both worlds. Meaning, a situation where you enjoy two different advantages. A situation where you enjoy two different advantages. Working from home gives me the best of both worlds. Working from home gives me the best of both worlds. Cut corners. Cut corners. Meaning, do something in a cheap or easy way. Do something in a cheap or easy way. They cut corners and the project ended up failing. They cut corners and the project ended up failing. Let sleeping dogs lie. Let sleeping dogs lie. Meaning, don't bring up old problems. Don't bring up old problems. Just let sleeping dogs lie and don't mention it again. Just let sleeping dogs lie and don't mention it again. A blessing in disguise. A blessing in disguise. Meaning, something that seems bad but has a good result. Something that seems bad but has a good result. Losing that job was a blessing in disguise. Losing that job was a blessing in disguise. On the ball. On the ball. Meaning, alert and quick to respond. Alert and quick to respond. She's really on the ball at work. She's really on the ball at work. Go the extra mile. Go the extra mile. Meaning, do more than what is expected. Do more than what is expected. I always try to go the extra mile to make my customers happy. I always try to go the extra mile to make my customers happy. Throw in the towel. Throw in the towel. Meaning, give up. Give up. I'm not ready to throw in the towel just yet. I'm not ready to throw in the towel just yet. In the same boat. In the same boat. Meaning, in the same situation. In the same situation. We're all in the same boat when it comes to inflation. We're all in the same boat when it comes to inflation. Up in the air. Up in the air. Meaning, uncertain. Uncertain. Our travel plans are still up in the air. Our travel plans are still up in the air. Think outside the box. Think outside the box. Meaning, be creative. Be creative. We need to think outside the box to solve this problem. We need to think outside the box to solve this problem. Cut to the chase. Cut to the chase. Meaning, get to the point. Get to the point. Let's cut to the chase. What's the real issue? Let's cut to the chase. What's the real issue? Face the music. Face the music. Meaning, accept the consequences. Accept the consequences. It's time to face the music and own up to what you did. It's time to face the music and own up to what you did. In the nick of time. In the nick of time. Meaning, just in time. Just in time. I caught the train in the nick of time. I caught the train in the nick of time. Go with the flow. Go with the flow. Meaning, accept things as they come. Accept things as they come. I try to go with the flow when plans change. I try to go with the flow when plans change. Pull yourself together. Pull yourself together. Meaning, calm down. Calm down. You need to pull yourself together and focus. You need to pull yourself together and focus. Read between the lines. Read between the lines. Meaning, understand the hidden meaning. Understand the hidden meaning. Read between the lines. He's not happy. Read between the lines. He's not happy. Know the ropes. Know the ropes. Meaning, understand how something works. Understand how something works. You can't lead the project until you know the ropes around here. You can't lead the project until you know the ropes around here. Draw the line. Draw the line. Meaning, set a limit. Set a limit. I draw the line at lying to customers. I draw the line at lying to customers. Drop the ball. Drop the ball. Meaning, make a mistake. Make a mistake. We can't afford to drop the ball on this project. We can't afford to drop the ball on this project. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Meaning, wait and be patient. Wait and be patient. Hold your horses. We haven't finished yet. Hold your horses. We haven't finished yet. Leave no stone unturned. Leave no stone unturned. Meaning, search thoroughly. Search thoroughly. We'll leave no stone unturned to find the answer. We'll leave no stone unturned to find the answer. Miss the boat. Miss the boat. Meaning, miss an opportunity. Miss an opportunity. You'll miss the boat if you don't apply now. You'll miss the boat if you don't apply now. Play it by ear. Play it by ear. Meaning, decide as you go. Decide as you go. Let's play it by ear and see how we feel. Let's play it by ear and see how we feel. Rock the boat. Rock the boat. Meaning, cause problems or change. Cause problems or change. I didn't want to rock the boat, so I stayed quiet. I didn't want to rock the boat, so I stayed quiet. See eye to eye. See eye to eye. Meaning, agree. Agree. We don't see eye to eye on politics. We don't see eye to eye on politics. Sleep on it. Sleep on it. Meaning, take time to decide. Take time to decide. I'll sleep on it and let you know tomorrow. I'll sleep on it and let you know tomorrow. Split hairs. Split hairs. Meaning, argue over small details. Argue over small details. I don't want to split hairs, but there's a small difference between the two options. I don't want to split hairs, but there's a small difference between the two options. Turn a blind eye. Turn a blind eye. Meaning, pretend not to notice. Pretend not to notice. Managers often turn a blind eye to minor rule violations. Managers often turn a blind eye to minor rule violations. Weather the storm. Weather the storm. Meaning, survive a difficult time. Survive a difficult time. We'll weather the storm together. We'll weather the storm together. Dig your heels in. Dig your heels in. Meaning, refuse to change your position. Refuse to change your position. If you dig your heels in, we'll never reach an agreement. If you dig your heels in, we'll never reach an agreement. Cut ties. Cut ties. Meaning, end a relationship. End a relationship. He decided to cut ties with the company. He decided to cut ties with the company. Eat your words. Eat your words. Meaning, admit you were wrong. Admit you were wrong. He had to eat his words after the mistake. He had to eat his words after the mistake. Face the facts. Face the facts. Meaning, accept reality. Accept reality. We need to face the facts. We're out of time. We need to face the facts. We're out of time. Keep a straight face. Keep a straight face. Meaning, not laugh. Not laugh. It was hard to keep a straight face during the joke. It was hard to keep a straight face during the joke. Let your hair down. Let your hair down. Meaning, relax and enjoy yourself. Relax and enjoy yourself. It's the weekend. Time to let your hair down. It's the weekend. Time to let your hair down. Make a mountain out of a molehill. Make a mountain out of a molehill. Meaning, overreact. Overreact. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. It's a tiny issue. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. It's a tiny issue. Turn the tables. Turn the tables. Meaning, reverse a situation. Reverse a situation. If we stay focused, we can turn the tables and win this match. If we stay focused, we can turn the tables and win this match. Fly off the handle. Fly off the handle. Meaning, lose your temper suddenly. Lose your temper suddenly. I try not to fly off the handle, even when I'm really frustrated. I try not to fly off the handle, even when I'm really frustrated. Pull the plug. Pull the plug. Meaning, stop or end something. Stop or end something. If the project doesn't show results soon, they might pull the plug on it. If the project doesn't show results soon, they might pull the plug on it. Play second fiddle. Play second fiddle. Meaning, to be less important than someone else. To be less important than someone else. I refuse to play second fiddle to someone with less experience than me. I refuse to play second fiddle to someone with less experience than me. Open a can of worms. Open a can of worms. Meaning, start something that causes trouble. Start something that causes trouble. Asking about that will open a can of worms. Asking about that will open a can of worms. Show your true colours. Show your true colours. Meaning, reveal your real character. Reveal your real character. Don't pretend to be nice. Just show your true colours from the start. Don't pretend to be nice. Just show your true colours from the start. Burst your bubble. Burst your bubble. Meaning, disappoint someone by proving something untrue. Disappoint someone by proving something untrue. I hate to burst your bubble, but that's not how it works. I hate to burst your bubble, but that's not how it works. Wipe the slate clean. Wipe the slate clean. Meaning, forgive and start over. Forgive and start over. Let's wipe the slate clean and move forward. Let's wipe the slate clean and move forward. Inconsequential. Inconsequential. Meaning, too unimportant to matter. Too unimportant to matter. His mistake was minor and ultimately inconsequential. His mistake was minor and ultimately inconsequential. Unquestionable. Unquestionable. Meaning, undeniably true or certain. Undeniably true or certain. Her dedication to the project is unquestionable. Her dedication to the project is unquestionable. Corroboration. Corroboration. Meaning, supporting evidence or confirmation. Supporting evidence or confirmation. His testimony offered clear corroboration of her claims. His testimony offered clear corroboration of her claims. Manipulative. Manipulative. Meaning, skillfully controlling others for personal gain. Skillfully controlling others for personal gain. He used manipulative tactics to get what he wanted. He used manipulative tactics to get what he wanted. Introspection. Introspection. Meaning, examination of one's own thoughts and feelings. Examination of one's own thoughts and feelings. After some deep introspection, she changed her career path. After some deep introspection, she changed her career path. Individualism. Individualism. Meaning, valuing personal independence and self-reliance. Valuing personal independence and self-reliance. The country's culture emphasises individualism and freedom. The country's culture emphasises individualism and freedom. Transformation. Transformation. Meaning, a thorough or dramatic change. A thorough or dramatic change. The company underwent a complete digital transformation. The company underwent a complete digital transformation. Comprehension. Comprehension, meaning the ability to understand something. The ability to understand something. Reading aloud improved his comprehension of the story. Reading aloud improved his comprehension of the story. Contradictory. Contradictory, meaning opposing or inconsistent. Opposing or inconsistent. Her actions were contradictory to her statements. Her actions were contradictory to her statements. Subordination. Subordination, meaning the act of placing in a lower rank or position. The act of placing in a lower rank or position. Subordination to senior officers is a key part of military discipline. Subordination to senior officers is a key part of military discipline. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, meaning too extraordinary to be believed. Too extraordinary to be believed. That ending was completely unbelievable. That ending was completely unbelievable. Appreciation. Appreciation, meaning recognition of value or importance. Recognition of value or importance. I want to express my appreciation for your support. I want to express my appreciation for your support. Consequently. Consequently, meaning as a result. As a result. She missed the bus and consequently arrived late. She missed the bus and consequently arrived late. Overwhelming. Overwhelming, meaning extremely intense or powerful. Extremely intense or powerful. The crowd's response was overwhelming. The crowd's response was overwhelming. Independence. Independence, meaning freedom from control. Freedom from control. She gained independence after moving out. She gained independence after moving out. Misunderstood. Misunderstood, meaning not interpreted correctly. Not interpreted correctly. He felt misunderstood by his classmates. He felt misunderstood by his classmates. Knowledgeable. Knowledgeable, meaning well informed. Well informed. The professor is very knowledgeable on the subject. The professor is very knowledgeable on the subject. Communication. Communication, meaning exchange of ideas or information. Exchange of ideas or information. Clear communication improves teamwork. Clear communication improves teamwork. Collaboration. Collaboration, meaning working together. Working together. Their collaboration led to success. Their collaboration led to success. Disappointment. Disappointment, meaning feeling of sadness over unmet expectations. Feeling of sadness over unmet expectations. The cancellation was a major disappointment. The cancellation was a major disappointment. Multicultural. Multicultural. Meaning, involving many cultures. Involving many cultures. The city is known for its multicultural population. The city is known for its multicultural population. Unsuccessful. Unsuccessful. Meaning, not achieving success. Not achieving success. The experiment was unsuccessful but informative. The experiment was unsuccessful but informative. Contamination. Contamination. Meaning, the act of making something impure. The act of making something impure. The water was closed due to contamination. The water was closed due to contamination. Establishment. Establishment. Meaning, a place of business or organisation. A place of business or organisation. We visited a popular dining establishment. We visited a popular dining establishment. International. International. Meaning, involving multiple countries. Involving multiple countries. She works for an international company. She works for an international company. Celebrations. Celebrations. Meaning, festive events. Festive events. The celebrations lasted all night. The celebrations lasted all night. Misbehaviour. Misbehaviour. Meaning, improper conduct. Improper conduct. His misbehaviour got him suspended. His misbehaviour got him suspended. Distraction. Distraction. Meaning, something that draws attention away. Something that draws attention away. Turn off your phone to avoid distraction. Turn off your phone to avoid distraction. Consideration. Consideration. Meaning, thoughtful regard. Thoughtful regard. Thank you for your kind consideration. Thank you for your kind consideration. Concentration. Concentration. Meaning, focused attention. Focused attention. He lost concentration during the test. He lost concentration during the test. Personalized. Personalized. Meaning, made for a specific person. Made for a specific person. She received a personalized mug. She received a personalized mug. Straightening. Straightening. Meaning, making something straight. Making something straight. She spent hours straightening her hair. She spent hours straightening her hair. Understanding. Understanding. Meaning, grasp of meaning or concept. Grasp of meaning or concept. His understanding of physics is impressive. His understanding of physics is impressive. Constructively. Constructively. Meaning, in a helpful way. In a helpful way. She offered feedback constructively. She offered feedback constructively. Revolutionary. Revolutionary. Meaning, involving great change. Involving great change. That was a revolutionary idea. That was a revolutionary idea. Entertainingly. Entertainingly. Meaning, in an amusing way. In an amusing way. He spoke entertainingly for hours. He spoke entertainingly for hours. Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. Meaning, very sad or emotional. Very sad or emotional. The ending was absolutely heartbreaking. The ending was absolutely heartbreaking. Hypothetical. Hypothetical. Meaning, based on assumption. Based on assumption. That's just a hypothetical situation. That's just a hypothetical situation. Technologist. Technologist. Meaning, a technology expert. A technology expert. The technologist fixed the system. The technologist fixed the system. Overestimated. Overestimated. Meaning, valued too highly. Valued too highly. They overestimated the time needed. They overestimated the time needed. Underestimated. Underestimated. Meaning, valued too low. Valued too low. He underestimated her determination. He underestimated her determination. Conversation. Conversation. Meaning, talk between people. Talk between people. They had a long conversation. They had a long conversation. Unpredictable. Unpredictable. Meaning, not able to be foreseen. Not able to be foreseen. The weather is unpredictable today. The weather is unpredictable today. Announcements. Announcements. Meaning, public notices. Public notices. There were several announcements at school. There were several announcements at school. Investigator. Investigator. Meaning, one who examines deeply. One who examines deeply. The investigator asked tough questions. The investigator asked tough questions. Complications. Complications. Meaning, unexpected difficulties. Unexpected difficulties. The surgery had some complications. The surgery had some complications. Photographic. Photographic. Meaning, related to photos. Related to photos. She has a photographic memory. She has a photographic memory. Qualification. Qualification. Meaning, skill or requirement met. Skill or requirement met. He met every job qualification. He met every job qualification. Administrators. Administrators. Meaning, people who manage operations. People who manage operations. The administrators held a meeting. The administrators held a meeting. Responsively, responsively, meaning in a reactive manner, in a reactive manner. He acted responsively to feedback. He acted responsively to feedback. Refrigeration, refrigeration, meaning cooling process, cooling process. Proper refrigeration is essential for freshness. Proper refrigeration is essential for freshness. Misinterpret, misinterpret, meaning understand wrongly, understand wrongly. Don't misinterpret my silence. Don't misinterpret my silence. Transportation, transportation, meaning movement of goods or people, movement of goods or people. Public transportation is affordable here. Public transportation is affordable here. Satisfaction, satisfaction, meaning feeling of contentment, feeling of contentment. He smiled with satisfaction. He smiled with satisfaction. Acknowledging, acknowledging, meaning recognizing or admitting, recognizing or admitting. She's acknowledging her mistake. She's acknowledging her mistake. Disappearing, disappearing, meaning vanishing from sight, vanishing from sight. The sun is disappearing behind the clouds. The sun is disappearing behind the clouds. Intervention, intervention, meaning involvement in a situation, involvement in a situation. The doctor recommended an early intervention. The doctor recommended an early intervention. Representation, representation, meaning the act of standing for something, the act of standing for something. She gave a strong representation of her group. She gave a strong representation of her group. Overexposure, overexposure, meaning too much exposure, too much exposure. Overexposure to sun can damage skin. Overexposure to sun can damage skin. Emotionalism, emotionalism, meaning display of strong emotion, display of strong emotion. His speech was full of emotionalism. His speech was full of emotionalism. Credentialing, credentialing, meaning verifying qualifications, verifying qualifications. Credentialing is required before hiring. Credentialing is required before hiring. Impersonation, impersonation, meaning pretending to be someone else, pretending to be someone else. Her celebrity impersonation was hilarious. Her celebrity impersonation was hilarious. Unchangeable, unchangeable, meaning not able to be altered, not able to be altered. The past is unchangeable. The past is unchangeable. Reconciliation, reconciliation, meaning restoring friendship or harmony, restoring friendship or harmony. The reconciliation took time. The reconciliation took time. Implementation. Implementation. Meaning, putting a plan into action. Putting a plan into action. The policy's implementation was smooth. The policy's implementation was smooth. Impossibility. Impossibility. Meaning, something that cannot happen. Something that cannot happen. Time travel is still an impossibility. Time travel is still an impossibility. Unstructured. Unstructured. Meaning, not organised. Not organised. The essay felt unstructured. The essay felt unstructured. Professionalism. Professionalism. Meaning, skill and behaviour of a professional. Skill and behaviour of a professional. Her professionalism impressed everyone. Her professionalism impressed everyone. Overqualified. Overqualified. Meaning, having more skills than required. Having more skills than required. She's overqualified for the role. She's overqualified for the role. Unintentional. Unintentional. Meaning, not done on purpose. Not done on purpose. It was an unintentional mistake. It was an unintentional mistake. Considerately. Considerately. Meaning, thoughtfully and kindly. Thoughtfully and kindly. He spoke considerately to the team. He spoke considerately to the team. Counterattack. Counterattack. Meaning, a strike in response. A strike in response. They launched a quick counterattack. They launched a quick counterattack. Enterprising. Enterprising. Meaning, showing initiative. Showing initiative. She's an enterprising young entrepreneur. She's an enterprising young entrepreneur. Unmentionable. Unmentionable. Meaning, not to be spoken about. Not to be spoken about. Some topics are unmentionable in public. Some topics are unmentionable in public. Indisputable. Indisputable. Meaning, unable to be denied. Unable to be denied. The evidence is indisputable. The evidence is indisputable. Embellishing. Embellishing. Meaning, adding details for effect. Adding details for effect. He kept embellishing the story. He kept embellishing the story. Simplification. Simplification. Meaning, making something easier. Making something easier. The simplification helped everyone understand. The simplification helped everyone understand. Preoccupation. Preoccupation. Meaning, being absorbed in thought. Being absorbed in thought. His preoccupation made him miss the call. His preoccupation made him miss the call. Thoughtlessly. Thoughtlessly. Meaning, without thinking. Without thinking. He spoke thoughtlessly and regretted it. He spoke thoughtlessly and regretted it. Underachiever, underachiever, meaning one who performs below potential, one who performs below potential. He was labelled an underachiever early on. He was labelled an underachiever early on. Uncomfortably, uncomfortably, meaning in an uneasy manner, in an uneasy manner. She shifted uncomfortably in her seat. She shifted uncomfortably in her seat. Uncontrolled, uncontrolled, meaning not managed or restrained, not managed or restrained. The fire spread in an uncontrolled manner. The fire spread in an uncontrolled manner. Overconfident, overconfident, meaning too self-assured, too self-assured. His overconfident attitude led to mistakes. His overconfident attitude led to mistakes. Counterpointed, counterpointed, meaning contrasted or balanced, contrasted or balanced. The painting was counterpointed by music. The painting was counterpointed by music. Retrospective, retrospective, meaning looking back, looking back. It was a retrospective look at the decade. It was a retrospective look at the decade. Weatherproofed, weatherproofed, meaning protected from the weather, protected from the weather. The house was fully weatherproofed. The house was fully weatherproofed. Discrediting, discrediting, meaning damaging a reputation, damaging a reputation. He's discrediting his rival unfairly. He's discrediting his rival unfairly. Unrestricted, unrestricted, meaning without limits, without limits. She had unrestricted access. She had unrestricted access. Circumventing, circumventing, meaning avoiding by cleverness, avoiding by cleverness. He kept circumventing the rules. He kept circumventing the rules. Non-negotiable, non-negotiable, meaning not open to discussion, not open to discussion. Her deadline was non-negotiable. Her deadline was non-negotiable. Antibacterial, antibacterial, meaning preventing bacteria, preventing bacteria. Use an antibacterial spray. Use an antibacterial spray. Underwhelming, underwhelming, meaning not impressive, not impressive. The performance was underwhelming. The performance was underwhelming. Biotechnology, biotechnology, meaning use of biology in tech, use of biology in tech. Biotechnology is revolutionizing medicine. Biotechnology is revolutionizing medicine. Overstretched, overstretched, meaning used too much, used too much. The team was overstretched. The team was overstretched. Involuntarily, involuntarily, meaning without intention, without intention. He flinched involuntarily. He flinched involuntarily. Undergraduate, undergraduate, meaning a college student, a college student. She's an undergraduate at Oxford. She's an undergraduate at Oxford. Misconception, misconception, meaning incorrect idea, incorrect idea. There's a misconception about that rule. There's a misconception about that rule. Organisational, organisational, meaning related to organising, related to organising. She improved the organisational structure. She improved the organisational structure. Disappearance, disappearance, meaning going missing, going missing. The magician's disappearance amazed everyone. The magician's disappearance amazed everyone. Revolutionise, revolutionise, meaning change dramatically, change dramatically. They hope to revolutionise education. They hope to revolutionise education. Self-important, self-important, meaning arrogantly proud, arrogantly proud. He sounded self-important at the meeting. He sounded self-important at the meeting. Decontaminate, decontaminate, meaning remove impurities, remove impurities. They must decontaminate the lab. They must decontaminate the lab. Unacceptable, unacceptable, meaning not allowed, not allowed. That behaviour is unacceptable. That behaviour is unacceptable. Re-established, re-established, meaning set up again, set up again. They re-established contact after years apart. They re-established contact after years apart. Straightforward, straightforward, meaning simple or direct, simple or direct. Her answer was straightforward. Her answer was straightforward. Commemorative, commemorative, meaning serving as a memorial, serving as a memorial. They issued a commemorative coin. They issued a commemorative coin. Disorientated, disorientated, meaning confused or lost direction, confused or lost direction. He felt disorientated after waking up suddenly. He felt disorientated after waking up suddenly. It's incredibly frustrating when passengers block the door and don't let others exit first. It's incredibly frustrating when passengers block the door and don't let others exit first. Please remember to take off your backpack when the train gets especially crowded. Please remember to take off your backpack when the train gets especially crowded. Some people talk loudly on the phone, forgetting others are trying to relax or read. Some people talk loudly on the phone, forgetting others are trying to relax or read. I always offer my seat to elderly passengers, even when I'm extremely tired myself. I always offer my seat to elderly passengers, even when I'm extremely tired myself. Holding the door open for someone running is kind, but can delay the whole train. Holding the door open for someone running is kind, but can delay the whole train. Buses are usually late when it rains, so always leave a little earlier. Buses are usually late when it rains, so always leave a little earlier. It's rude to play music out loud, even if it's your favourite song. It's rude to play music out loud, even if it's your favourite song. When you sneeze or cough on public transport, please cover your mouth properly. When you sneeze or cough on public transport, please cover your mouth properly. Don't eat smelly food on the train. It can really upset sensitive passengers nearby. Don't eat smelly food on the train. It can really upset sensitive passengers nearby. That man fell asleep and missed his stop by about 4 whole stations. That man fell asleep and missed his stop by about 4 whole stations. People standing in the aisle should move down to make space for new passengers. People standing in the aisle should move down to make space for new passengers. Always check the map before asking the driver, especially during peak traffic times. Always check the map before asking the driver, especially during peak traffic times. I once left my umbrella on the bus and never saw it again. I once left my umbrella on the bus and never saw it again. You can really learn patience just by using public transport during rush hour. You can really learn patience just by using public transport during rush hour. Tourists often stand in the way because they don't know where they're going. Tourists often stand in the way because they don't know where they're going. I appreciate when someone quietly reads instead of blasting videos on their phone. I appreciate when someone quietly reads instead of blasting videos on their phone. If your bag takes up a seat, you're making someone else stand unnecessarily. If your bag takes up a seat, you're making someone else stand unnecessarily. Escalator etiquette means standing on the right so people can walk on the left. Escalator etiquette means standing on the right so people can walk on the left. I forgot to tap my card once and got fined even though it wasn't intentional. I forgot to tap my card once and got fined even though it wasn't intentional. Sometimes I see strangers helping each other with directions and it makes me smile. Sometimes I see strangers helping each other with directions and it makes me smile. Watching people sprint for a train that's already leaving is oddly entertaining. Watching people sprint for a train that's already leaving is oddly entertaining. When the announcement says, "Stand behind the yellow line," they really mean it. When the announcement says, "Stand behind the yellow line," they really mean it. It's polite to wait until everyone exits before trying to board a crowded carriage. It's polite to wait until everyone exits before trying to board a crowded carriage. Some bus drivers greet passengers with a smile, and it really brightens my morning. Some bus drivers greet passengers with a smile, and it really brightens my morning. I once spent 2 hours on a delayed train with absolutely no explanation given. I once spent 2 hours on a delayed train with absolutely no explanation given. The rain came down so hard I couldn't see 5 feet ahead. The rain came down so hard I couldn't see 5 feet ahead. My shoes were completely soaked after walking just 2 streets in that storm. My shoes were completely soaked after walking just 2 streets in that storm. Thunderstorms always make me nervous, especially when the lightning flashes so close. Thunderstorms always make me nervous, especially when the lightning flashes so close. I forgot my umbrella, so I had to hide under a shop canopy. I forgot my umbrella, so I had to hide under a shop canopy. On foggy mornings, I can barely see the buildings across the street. On foggy mornings, I can barely see the buildings across the street. Strong winds knocked over the bins and made walking in a straight line difficult. Strong winds knocked over bins and made walking in a straight line difficult. I stayed inside all day because the hailstones were actually damaging cars outside. I stayed inside all day because the hailstones were actually damaging cars outside. The sudden drop in temperature caught everyone off guard without proper winter clothes. The sudden drop in temperature caught everyone off guard without proper winter clothes. There was a power cut during the snowstorm and we lit candles for hours. There was a power cut during the snowstorm and we lit candles for hours. When it rains non-stop for days, it really affects my mood and energy. When it rains non-stop for days, it really affects my mood and energy. I saw a man chasing his umbrella as it flew across the road. I saw a man chasing his umbrella as it flew across the road. Everything feels more dramatic when the sky turns dark in the middle of the day. Everything feels more dramatic when the sky turns dark in the middle of the day. The forecast said light showers, but it turned into a full-blown monsoon. The forecast said light showers, but it turned into a full-blown monsoon. You know it's cold when your breath turns into little clouds of steam. You know it's cold when your breath turns into little clouds of steam. It took me ages to dry my coat after getting caught in that downpour. It took me ages to dry my coat after getting caught in that downpour. The streets were so icy, people were slipping and sliding all over the place. The streets were so icy, people were slipping and sliding all over the place. That wind was so strong, it felt like it could knock me over. That wind was so strong, it felt like it could knock me over. During the heat wave, the air felt heavy and it was hard to breathe. During the heat wave, the air felt heavy and it was hard to breathe. Flood warnings were issued because of the constant heavy rain over the past week. Flood warnings were issued because of the constant heavy rain over the past week. Everyone rushed to the supermarket before the snowstorm, just in case supplies ran out. Everyone rushed to the supermarket before the snowstorm, just in case supplies ran out. Bad weather really tests your patience when you rely on walking everywhere. Bad weather really tests your patience when you rely on walking everywhere. The thunder shook my windows and made my cat run under the sofa. The thunder shook my windows and made my cat run under the sofa. Even my waterproof jacket couldn't handle the amount of rain that day. Even my waterproof jacket couldn't handle the amount of rain that day. I love watching storms from indoors, especially with a warm drink in hand. I love watching storms from indoors, especially with a warm drink in hand. After the rain, the smell of fresh earth always reminds me of my childhood. After the rain, the smell of fresh earth always reminds me of my childhood. I once waited in line for 3 hours just to buy concert tickets. I once waited in line for 3 hours just to buy concert tickets. Long queues always make me question whether I really need what I'm buying. Long queues always make me question whether I really need what I'm buying. I brought a book this time, knowing the queue would take forever to move. I brought a book this time, knowing the queue would take forever to move. Some people try to skip the line, pretending they didn't see where it started. Some people try to skip the line, pretending they didn't see where it started. When everyone is silent in the queue, it feels oddly intense and awkward. When everyone is silent in the queue, it feels oddly intense and awkward. I struck up a conversation with the person next to me just to pass time. I struck up a conversation with the person next to me just to pass time. I lost my place in the queue after leaving to find a toilet. I lost my place in the queue after leaving to find a toilet. It's always the person in front who takes forever to get their order sorted. It's always the person in front who takes forever to get their order sorted. You know a place is popular when the queue wraps around the corner. You know a place is popular when the queue wraps around the corner. There's nothing worse than standing in line without any phone battery left. There's nothing worse than standing in line without any phone battery left. I once queued for hours, only to find out they ran out of stock. I once queued for hours, only to find out they ran out of stock. Some people actually bring folding chairs for those ridiculously long waiting lines. Some people actually bring folding chairs for those ridiculously long waiting lines. Waiting in queues tests your patience more than most situations in daily life. Waiting in queues tests your patience more than most situations in daily life. Everyone looks equally bored, yet no one dares to leave their spot. Everyone looks equally bored, yet no one dares to leave their spot. The queue moved so slowly, I memorized the pattern on the floor tiles. The queue moved so slowly, I memorized the pattern on the floor tiles. I was near the front when they announced the system had crashed completely. I was near the front when they announced the system had crashed completely. People in queues often form silent alliances, sharing complaints with just facial expressions. People in queues often form silent alliances, sharing complaints with just facial expressions. I always try to predict which line will move faster. I'm usually wrong. I always try to predict which line will move faster. I'm usually wrong. Being stuck in a long queue with loud children can feel never-ending. Being stuck in a long queue with loud children can feel never-ending. Sometimes just seeing a long line is enough to make me give up. Sometimes just seeing a long line is enough to make me give up. The person behind me kept standing too close, which made me really uncomfortable. The person behind me kept standing too close, which made me really uncomfortable. I passed the time by people watching and making up stories about them. I passed the time by people watching and making up stories about them. When the line finally moved, it felt like a small personal victory. When the line finally moved, it felt like a small personal victory. I should have arrived earlier, but I underestimated how long the wait would be. I should have arrived earlier, but I underestimated how long the wait would be. Queuing outside in the cold makes the experience even more painful and annoying. Queuing outside in the cold makes the experience even more painful and annoying. I spent nearly an hour retracing my steps to find my missing headphones. I spent nearly an hour retracing my steps to find my missing headphones. There's no worse feeling than realizing you've lost your wallet in a crowded area. There's no worse feeling than realizing you've lost your wallet in a crowded area. I found my missing sock stuck behind the washing machine after several weeks. I found my missing sock stuck behind the washing machine after several weeks. Losing your phone, even for 5 minutes, creates a wave of instant panic. Losing your phone, even for 5 minutes, creates a wave of instant panic. I once lost my house keys and had to sleep at a friend's place. I once lost my house keys and had to sleep at a friend's place. My glasses were on my head the entire time I was searching for them. My glasses were on my head the entire time I was searching for them. Every time I lose something, it's usually hiding in plain sight somewhere obvious. Every time I lose something, it's usually hiding in plain sight somewhere obvious. I found an old childhood toy buried deep in the back of my wardrobe. I found an old childhood toy buried deep in the back of my wardrobe. That awkward moment when you find your missing item after blaming someone else. That awkward moment when you find your missing item after blaming someone else. I always seem to lose one glove and never the pair at the same time. I always seem to lose one glove and never the pair at the same time. It's strange how things go missing just when you urgently need them the most. It's strange how things go missing just when you urgently need them the most. I lost my library card and had to pay a fine for a late book. I lost my library card and had to pay a fine for a late book. Nothing beats the joy of finding money in a coat pocket from last winter. Nothing beats the joy of finding money in a coat pocket from last winter. I left my umbrella on the bus and only realised halfway through the rain. I left my umbrella on the bus and only realised halfway through the rain. Losing important documents can turn a calm day into absolute chaos very quickly. Losing important documents can turn a calm day into absolute chaos very quickly. My headphones were tangled up in my hoodie the whole time. I felt so silly. My headphones were tangled up in my hoodie the whole time. I felt so silly. I once found a lost dog and returned it to the owner the same evening. I once found a lost dog and returned it to the owner the same evening. I kept blaming everyone for losing the charger, but it was in my bag. I kept blaming everyone for losing the charger, but it was in my bag. I found my missing ring under the sofa while vacuuming the living room. I found my missing ring under the sofa while vacuuming the living room. There's always one drawer where lost things mysteriously reappear after several days. There's always one drawer where lost things mysteriously reappear after several days. I lost my shopping list, so I had to rely on memory and forgot everything. I lost my shopping list, so I had to rely on memory and forgot everything. I always lose my pen right before an important meeting or phone call. I always lose my pen right before an important meeting or phone call. After searching everywhere, I found the missing remote in the fridge somehow. After searching everywhere, I found the missing remote in the fridge somehow. I misplace my headphones so often, I should probably buy a spare pair. I misplace my headphones so often, I should probably buy a spare pair. Losing your passport while abroad is one of the scariest experiences imaginable. Losing your passport while abroad is one of the scariest experiences imaginable. When I'm home alone, every little noise suddenly sounds suspicious and terrifying. When I'm home alone, every little noise suddenly sounds suspicious and terrifying. I talk to myself out loud more often when there's no one else around. I talk to myself out loud more often when there's no one else around. Sometimes I pretend I'm on a cooking show while making dinner by myself. Sometimes I pretend I'm on a cooking show while making dinner by myself. It's strangely peaceful to walk around your house in complete silence for hours. It's strangely peaceful to walk around your house in complete silence for hours. I sing at the top of my lungs when I know no one's listening. I sing at the top of my lungs when I know no one's listening. Every creaky floorboard feels louder when you're the only one in the house. Every creaky floorboard feels louder when you're the only one in the house. I love the freedom of choosing any movie without worrying about someone else's opinion. I love the freedom of choosing any movie without worrying about someone else's opinion. Being home alone gives me the chance to truly relax and do absolutely nothing. Being home alone gives me the chance to truly relax and do absolutely nothing. I always double check the locks when I'm the only one staying home overnight. I always double check the locks when I'm the only one staying home overnight. Sometimes I hear things that make me check behind the shower curtain just in case. Sometimes I hear things that make me check behind the shower curtain just in case. Home alone nights are perfect for trying new snacks and watching old favourites. Home alone nights are perfect for trying new snacks and watching old favourites. I once got scared by my own reflection thinking someone else was in the house. I once got scared by my own reflection thinking someone else was in the house. I talk to my plants more when I don't have any humans around. I talk to my plants more when I don't have any humans around. Silence feels calming at first, but eventually I put music on for company. Silence feels calming at first, but eventually I put music on for company. I dance around the house like I'm in a music video. No shame whatsoever. I dance around the house like I'm in a music video. No shame whatsoever. I once thought I heard a ghost, but it was just the ice maker. I once thought I heard a ghost, but it was just the ice maker. Being alone at night makes you appreciate small things, like a warm blanket. Being alone at night makes you appreciate small things, like a warm blanket. I love ordering food and not having to share it with anyone else. I love ordering food and not having to share it with anyone else. I can spend hours reorganizing drawers without interruptions when the house is empty. I can spend hours reorganizing drawers without interruptions when the house is empty. I once watched 5 films in a row while home alone on a rainy day. I once watched 5 films in a row while home alone on a rainy day. I always think about deep questions when I'm alone, like where do socks go? I always think about deep questions when I'm alone, like where do socks go? Sometimes I just sit by the window and enjoy the quiet world outside. Sometimes I just sit by the window and enjoy the quiet world outside. I often discover how creaky the house is when it's completely silent. I often discover how creaky the house is when it's completely silent. Being home alone is the best time to wear ridiculous clothes and experiment. Being home alone is the best time to wear ridiculous clothes and experiment. It's the only time I can truly think clearly without distractions from others. It's the only time I can truly think clearly without distractions from others. I had the most unexpected conversation with a stranger while waiting for the bus. I had the most unexpected conversation with a stranger while waiting for the bus. A kind stranger once helped me carry my suitcase up the station stairs. A kind stranger once helped me carry my suitcase up the station stairs. I rarely talk to strangers, but sometimes it leads to really memorable moments. I rarely talk to strangers, but sometimes it leads to really memorable moments. Striking up a conversation can feel awkward, especially when you don't share interests. Striking up a conversation can feel awkward, especially when you don't share interests. I once met someone in a queue and we ended up becoming good friends. I once met someone in a queue and we ended up becoming good friends. Talking to strangers helps improve your social confidence more than you might expect. Talking to strangers helps improve your social confidence more than you might expect. Sometimes a stranger's compliment can brighten your whole day in just 1 second. Sometimes a stranger's compliment can brighten your whole day in just 1 second. I avoid small talk, but I enjoy deeper conversations when someone opens up. I avoid small talk, but I enjoy deeper conversations when someone opens up. That old man on the bench told me stories from his youth for an hour. That old man on the bench told me stories from his youth for an hour. I asked a stranger for directions and we ended up chatting about local history. I asked a stranger for directions and we ended up chatting about local history. It's interesting how strangers often reveal more than friends in a short conversation. It's interesting how strangers often reveal more than friends in a short conversation. A stranger once gave me life advice I didn't expect but actually needed. A stranger once gave me life advice I didn't expect but actually needed. I complimented a stranger's jacket and she told me it was her mother's. I complimented a stranger's jacket and she told me it was her mother's. Some strangers overshare way too quickly and it gets uncomfortable very fast. Some strangers overshare way too quickly and it gets uncomfortable very fast. You can tell a lot about a person by how they greet a stranger. You can tell a lot about a person by how they greet a stranger. I shared a train seat with someone who turned out to be an author. I shared a train seat with someone who turned out to be an author. I once helped a stranger find their dog and they were so thankful. I once helped a stranger find their dog and they were so thankful. Asking strangers about their day can lead to surprisingly honest answers. Asking strangers about their day can lead to surprisingly honest answers. There's a certain charm in chatting with someone you know you'll never meet again. There's a certain charm in chatting with someone you know you'll never meet again. I once joined a conversation between strangers and was welcomed like an old friend. I once joined a conversation between strangers and was welcomed like an old friend. That barista always chats like we're best friends, even though I don't know his name. That barista always chats like we're best friends, even though I don't know his name. One friendly conversation with a stranger helped calm my nerves before a big event. One friendly conversation with a stranger helped calm my nerves before a big event. A stranger in a coffee shop told me about their dreams of moving abroad. A stranger in a coffee shop told me about their dreams of moving abroad. You don't need to know someone's name to share a meaningful interaction. You don't need to know someone's name to share a meaningful interaction. Some people are just naturally gifted at making strangers feel instantly comfortable. Some people are just naturally gifted at making strangers feel instantly comfortable. I was so focused on my book that I didn't notice it was already midnight. I was so focused on my book that I didn't notice it was already midnight. It's scary how quickly hours can disappear when you're doing something you enjoy. It's scary how quickly hours can disappear when you're doing something you enjoy. I lost track of time while drawing and missed an important phone call. I lost track of time while drawing and missed an important phone call. I only meant to check social media for 5 minutes. It became 2 hours. I only meant to check social media for 5 minutes. It became 2 hours. When you're in a creative flow, time feels like it doesn't even exist. When you're in a creative flow, time feels like it doesn't even exist. I completely forgot about lunch because I was too deep into editing a video. I completely forgot about lunch because I was too deep into editing a video. The movie was so gripping that I had no idea how late it had gotten. The movie was so gripping that I had no idea how late it had gotten. I started organising my desk and somehow ended up rearranging the whole living room. I started organising my desk and somehow ended up rearranging the whole living room. Playing video games with friends always makes time vanish without warning. Playing video games with friends always makes time vanish without warning. I planned to nap for 20 minutes and woke up 2 hours later. I planned to nap for 20 minutes and woke up 2 hours later. I once stayed up all night writing without realizing the sun was rising. I once stayed up all night writing without realizing the sun was rising. You know you've lost track of time when your coffee goes cold without noticing. You know you've lost track of time when your coffee goes cold without noticing. Scrolling through old photos made me lose an entire evening without realizing it. Scrolling through old photos made me lose an entire evening without realizing it. When I'm in a deep conversation, I never notice how late it's getting. When I'm in a deep conversation, I never notice how late it's getting. I meant to go for a short walk, but ended up wandering for hours. I meant to go for a short walk, but ended up wandering for hours. Time flies when you're laughing with people who understand your weird sense of humour. Time flies when you're laughing with people who understand your weird sense of humour. I got so absorbed in a podcast that I missed my train stop completely. I got so absorbed in a podcast that I missed my train stop completely. Drawing late at night feels like entering a time loop where nothing else matters. Drawing late at night feels like entering a time loop where nothing else matters. I often lose track of time while doing puzzles or playing logic games. I often lose track of time while doing puzzles or playing logic games. When I listen to music and start dancing around, time speeds up somehow. When I listen to music and start dancing around, time speeds up somehow. The weekend went by so quickly. I barely remember what I even did. The weekend went by so quickly. I barely remember what I even did. Deep cleaning the house somehow made the afternoon vanish before I even had lunch. Deep cleaning the house somehow made the afternoon vanish before I even had lunch. I started replying to one message and suddenly it was already bedtime. I started replying to one message and suddenly it was already bedtime. I got distracted writing a list and ended up doing none of the tasks. I got distracted writing a list and ended up doing none of the tasks. When I'm enjoying myself, the clock seems to work twice as fast as usual. When I'm enjoying myself, the clock seems to work twice as fast as usual. The neighbour's dog barks non-stop every night, and it drives me absolutely crazy. The neighbour's dog barks non-stop every night, and it drives me absolutely crazy. I can't concentrate when someone keeps tapping their pen loudly in a quiet room. I can't concentrate when someone keeps tapping their pen loudly in a quiet room. There's a constant dripping sound in the bathroom and it's getting on my nerves. There's a constant dripping sound in the bathroom and it's getting on my nerves. I once heard a car alarm going off for hours with no one around. I once heard a car alarm going off for hours with no one around. Someone upstairs keeps dragging furniture across the floor at 2 a.m. every single night. Someone upstairs keeps dragging furniture across the floor at 2 a.m. every single night. Loud chewing is one of those sounds that makes me irrationally angry inside. Loud chewing is one of those sounds that makes me irrationally angry inside. The clicking of high heels on a hard floor echoes through the whole building. The clicking of high heels on a hard floor echoes through the whole building. I can't stand when people blast voice messages on speaker in public places. I can't stand when people blast voice messages on speaker in public places. The buzzing from that flickering light bulb was enough to ruin my concentration completely. The buzzing from that flickering light bulb was enough to ruin my concentration completely. When I hear construction work early in the morning, it completely ruins my sleep. When I hear construction work early in the morning, it completely ruins my sleep. I tried to ignore the humming fridge, but now I can't unhear it. I tried to ignore the humming fridge, but now I can't unhear it. The squeaky wheel on my chair makes it sound like I'm hiding a mouse. The squeaky wheel on my chair makes it sound like I'm hiding a mouse. My neighbour plays the same song on repeat. I know every word against my will. My neighbour plays the same song on repeat. I know every word against my will. That high-pitched feedback sound from microphones really makes me wince in pain. That high-pitched feedback sound from microphones really makes me wince in pain. I once shared a flat with someone who cracked their knuckles every few minutes. I once shared a flat with someone who cracked their knuckles every few minutes. The hum of traffic outside my window becomes louder during the evening rush hour. The hum of traffic outside my window becomes louder during the evening rush hour. I can't sleep when there's a ticking clock nearby. It's too rhythmic to ignore. I can't sleep when there's a ticking clock nearby. It's too rhythmic to ignore. A mosquito buzzing near my ear is one of the worst sounds imaginable. A mosquito buzzing near my ear is one of the worst sounds imaginable. I wore noise-cancelling headphones, but somehow I could still hear that annoying ringtone. I wore noise-cancelling headphones, but somehow I could still hear that annoying ringtone. Someone kept clicking their pen during the entire exam. It nearly broke my focus. Someone kept clicking their pen during the entire exam. It nearly broke my focus. The beeping sound from the microwave kept going because nobody opened the door. The beeping sound from the microwave kept going because nobody opened the door. I asked them nicely to lower the volume, but they ignored me completely. I asked them nicely to lower the volume, but they ignored me completely. When the fire alarm randomly went off, it nearly gave me a heart attack. When the fire alarm randomly went off, it nearly gave me a heart attack. I once unplugged the fridge just to escape the endless humming for one night. I once unplugged the fridge just to escape the endless humming for one night. Background noise becomes unbearable when you're trying to enjoy a moment of peace. Background noise becomes unbearable when you're trying to enjoy a moment of peace. I often talk to myself while cleaning, like I'm narrating a YouTube tutorial. I often talk to myself while cleaning, like I'm narrating a YouTube tutorial. Saying things out loud helps me remember tasks better than writing them down. Saying things out loud helps me remember tasks better than writing them down. Sometimes I pretend I'm giving a speech while alone just for fun. Sometimes I pretend I'm giving a speech while alone just for fun. I once caught myself arguing out loud with someone who wasn't even there. I once caught myself arguing out loud with someone who wasn't even there. Talking to yourself doesn't mean you're weird. It actually helps process thoughts clearly. Talking to yourself doesn't mean you're weird. It actually helps process thoughts clearly. I mutter "Where did I put that?" almost every day without thinking about it. I mutter, "Where did I put that?" almost every day without thinking about it. Practicing conversations out loud helps me prepare for stressful situations and meetings. Practicing conversations out loud helps me prepare for stressful situations and meetings. I talk to inanimate objects like they can hear me, especially when they misbehave. I talk to inanimate objects like they can hear me, especially when they misbehave. I once rehearsed a joke out loud, then forgot it completely when it mattered. I once rehearsed a joke out loud, then forgot it completely when it mattered. When I misplace something, talking aloud often helps me remember where I saw it last. When I misplace something, talking aloud often helps me remember where I saw it last. I sometimes apologise to furniture when I bump into it out of habit. I sometimes apologise to furniture when I bump into it out of habit. If someone overheard me talking to myself, I'd probably pretend I was on the phone. If someone overheard me talking to myself, I'd probably pretend I was on the phone. I tell myself motivational quotes in the mirror when I need a confidence boost. I tell myself motivational quotes in the mirror when I need a confidence boost. Talking out loud while cooking helps me follow each step without forgetting anything. Talking out loud while cooking helps me follow each step without forgetting anything. I once rehearsed an entire job interview to myself in the bathroom mirror. I once rehearsed an entire job interview to myself in the bathroom mirror. I give myself pep talks when I feel nervous about trying something new. I give myself pep talks when I feel nervous about trying something new. I whisper sarcastic comments when watching reality shows alone. It makes it more fun. I whisper sarcastic comments when watching reality shows alone. It makes it more fun. When I'm really tired, I talk to myself just to stay awake and alert. When I'm really tired, I talk to myself just to stay awake and alert. Sometimes I do silly voices while reading signs out loud on the street. Sometimes I do silly voices while reading signs out loud on the street. I once laughed so hard at something I said to myself, I cried. I once laughed so hard at something I said to myself, I cried. I explain things to myself like I'm teaching a class, even when I'm alone. I explain things to myself like I'm teaching a class, even when I'm alone. I talked myself through assembling a shelf because the instructions made no sense. I talked myself through assembling a shelf because the instructions made no sense. It's comforting to hear your own voice when the house feels too quiet. It's comforting to hear your own voice when the house feels too quiet. I plan entire days out loud while brushing my teeth in the morning. I plan entire days out loud while brushing my teeth in the morning. If thinking quietly doesn't work, saying things aloud helps me figure everything out. If thinking quietly doesn't work, saying things aloud helps me figure everything out. I kept refreshing my email every 2 minutes, hoping the results had arrived early. I kept refreshing my email every 2 minutes, hoping the results had arrived early. Waiting for a job interview response feels like time has completely frozen in place. Waiting for a job interview response feels like time has completely frozen in place. I couldn't concentrate on anything else until I knew what the doctor would say. I couldn't concentrate on anything else until I knew what the doctor would say. My heart skips a beat every time my phone buzzes when I'm expecting news. My heart skips a beat every time my phone buzzes when I'm expecting news. The longer you wait for important news, the more your imagination creates dramatic scenarios. The longer you wait for important news, the more your imagination creates dramatic scenarios. I rehearsed both my excited and disappointed reactions before opening the final decision letter. I rehearsed both my excited and disappointed reactions before opening the final decision letter. I kept checking the tracking number to see if the delivery update had changed. I kept checking the tracking number to see if the delivery update had changed. Waiting for test scores was more stressful than actually taking the test itself. Waiting for test scores was more stressful than actually taking the test itself. I couldn't enjoy my weekend knowing the big announcement was coming on Monday. I couldn't enjoy my weekend knowing the big announcement was coming on Monday. I stared at the phone for hours, willing it to ring with good news. I stared at the phone for hours, willing it to ring with good news. Even good news takes too long when you're desperate for peace of mind. Even good news takes too long when you're desperate for peace of mind. I tried distracting myself with chores, but my mind kept returning to the outcome. I tried distracting myself with chores, but my mind kept returning to the outcome. The longer the silence, the more you start doubting what you thought went well. The longer the silence, the more you start doubting what you thought went well. When the call finally came, I missed it and had to wait even longer. When the call finally came, I missed it and had to wait even longer. I didn't want to open the envelope in case it changed everything. I didn't want to open the envelope in case it changed everything. Waiting for feedback on something personal feels like waiting for judgment itself. Waiting for feedback on something personal feels like waiting for judgment itself. Every time someone said, "Any news yet?" I had to fake a calm smile. Every time someone said, "Any news yet?" I had to fake a calm smile. I told myself not to care about the results, but I definitely did. I told myself not to care about the results, but I definitely did. I kept making excuses to check my phone without looking too obvious. I kept making excuses to check my phone without looking too obvious. The worst part is not knowing if it's going to be good or bad. The worst part is not knowing if it's going to be good or bad. The message notification came in and it was just a spam email. Again. The message notification came in and it was just a spam email. Again. My stomach was in knots for days waiting for the final word. My stomach was in knots for days waiting for the final word. You try to stay positive, but your brain always brings up the worst case scenario. You try to stay positive, but your brain always brings up the worst case scenario. I checked the mailbox so often the neighbours probably thought I was expecting gold. I checked the mailbox so often the neighbours probably thought I was expecting gold. I was too scared to open the message, so I stared at it for hours. I was too scared to open the message, so I stared at it for hours. I tried learning how to juggle, but I mostly just threw things at the floor. I tried learning how to juggle, but I mostly just threw things at the floor. The first time I studied algebra, I thought the letters were a printing mistake. The first time I studied algebra, I thought the letters were a printing mistake. Learning to swim as an adult was harder than I ever expected it to be. Learning to swim as an adult was harder than I ever expected it to be. I watched the tutorial 10 times and still didn't understand what I was doing wrong. I watched the tutorial 10 times and still didn't understand what I was doing wrong. I tried learning a new accent and ended up sounding like 5 different people. I tried learning a new accent and ended up sounding like 5 different people. I spent an hour learning one piano chord, but it felt like a victory. I spent an hour learning one piano chord, but it felt like a victory. I once spent 3 weeks trying to understand one paragraph in a dense textbook. I once spent 3 weeks trying to understand one paragraph in a dense textbook. I had to pause the video every few seconds just to keep up. I had to pause the video every few seconds just to keep up. Learning to type without looking at the keyboard took way more patience than I thought. Learning to type without looking at the keyboard took way more patience than I thought. My brain completely shut down the first time someone explained cryptocurrency to me. My brain completely shut down the first time someone explained cryptocurrency to me. I followed the instructions step by step and still ended up with the wrong result. I followed the instructions step by step and still ended up with the wrong result. I nearly cried trying to assemble a piece of furniture with 47 confusing parts. I nearly cried trying to assemble a piece of furniture with 47 confusing parts. I tried learning magic tricks, but my hands refused to cooperate smoothly. I tried learning magic tricks, but my hands refused to cooperate smoothly. Even after hours of practice, I still pronounced the word wrong in class. Even after hours of practice, I still pronounced the word wrong in class. I tried coding once. Within 10 minutes, I was questioning all of my life choices. I tried coding once. Within 10 minutes, I was questioning all of my life choices. I kept repeating the same dance move wrong until someone showed me in slow motion. I kept repeating the same dance move wrong until someone showed me in slow motion. Every time I thought I understood it, a new layer of confusion appeared. Every time I thought I understood it, a new layer of confusion appeared. My brain hurt after the first hour, but I kept pushing through anyway. My brain hurt after the first hour, but I kept pushing through anyway. Learning something new feels great until you compare yourself to someone who's mastered it. Learning something new feels great until you compare yourself to someone who's mastered it. I gave myself a reward every time I finished a hard chapter just to stay motivated. I gave myself a reward every time I finished a hard chapter just to stay motivated. I took 20 minutes to memorize something, then forgot it 5 minutes later. I took 20 minutes to memorize something, then forgot it 5 minutes later. The difficult part isn't starting, it's coming back the next day to try again. The difficult part isn't starting, it's coming back the next day to try again. I kept making mistakes, but eventually something finally clicked, and that moment felt magical. I kept making mistakes, but eventually something finally clicked, and that moment felt magical. Learning hard things reminds you how humbling and frustrating the process of growth can be. Learning hard things reminds you how humbling and frustrating the process of growth can be. I still don't fully understand it, but I've come further than I thought I could. I still don't fully understand it, but I've come further than I thought I could. I bought a sketch pad thinking I'd become an artist. 2 doodles later, I gave up. I bought a sketch pad thinking I'd become an artist. 2 doodles later, I gave up. I tried yoga once, and let's just say my balance needs serious work. I tried yoga once, and let's just say my balance needs serious work. I attempted to learn the guitar, but my fingers disagreed completely with the strings. I attempted to learn the guitar, but my fingers disagreed completely with the strings. I joined a pottery class and ended up creating something unidentifiable, but proudly mine. I joined a pottery class and ended up creating something unidentifiable, but proudly mine. The first time I went jogging, I lasted 5 minutes before collapsing on a bench. The first time I went jogging, I lasted 5 minutes before collapsing on a bench. I tried knitting, but somehow tied all the yarn into a massive knot. I tried knitting, but somehow tied all the yarn into a massive knot. I joined a dance class and spent most of the time stepping on others. I joined a dance class and spent most of the time stepping on others. Trying new hobbies makes me realise how impatient I can actually be. Trying new hobbies makes me realise how impatient I can actually be. I attempted to cook fancy desserts, but ended up with something that looked haunted. I attempted to cook fancy desserts, but ended up with something that looked haunted. I joined an improv class and laughed more than I ever expected to. I joined an improv class and laughed more than I ever expected to. Learning chess seemed like a good idea until I lost to a 10-year-old. Learning chess seemed like a good idea until I lost to a 10-year-old. I bought a puzzle with 1,000 pieces and immediately regretted my life choices. I bought a puzzle with 1,000 pieces and immediately regretted my life choices. I tried journaling daily, but now it's more like monthly emotional explosions on paper. I tried journaling daily, but now it's more like monthly emotional explosions on paper. I downloaded a language app and forgot about it after one enthusiastic day. I downloaded a language app and forgot about it after one enthusiastic day. The first time I painted, I accidentally made something that looked like a ghost. The first time I painted, I accidentally made something that looked like a ghost. I tried bird watching, but ended up getting scared by a very aggressive squirrel. I tried bird watching, but ended up getting scared by a very aggressive squirrel. I joined a book club and didn't finish the book, but still I pretended I did. I joined a book club and didn't finish the book, but still pretended I did. I went to a photography class and took 83 pictures of my shoes by accident. I went to a photography class and took 83 pictures of my shoes by accident. I tried baking bread from scratch. My kitchen looked like a flour tornado hit it. I tried baking bread from scratch. My kitchen looked like a flour tornado hit it. I once attempted calligraphy, but produced something that looked like ancient alien symbols. I once attempted calligraphy, but produced something that looked like ancient alien symbols. I joined a running club and got lost within the first 10 minutes. I joined a running club and got lost within the first 10 minutes. I tried building a shelf and ended up creating the world's most wobbly table. I tried building a shelf and ended up creating the world's most wobbly table. I thought I'd be good at painting miniatures. I was very wrong, but proud anyway. I thought I'd be good at painting miniatures. I was very wrong, but proud anyway. I started gardening and forgot to water the plants for an entire week. I started gardening and forgot to water the plants for an entire week. I attempted origami, but every crane turned into a sad, crumpled lump of paper. I attempted origami, but every crane turned into a sad, crumpled lump of paper. I stared at the ceiling for so long I started counting tiny cracks in the paint. I stared at the ceiling for so long I started counting tiny cracks in the paint. I rearranged my entire bookshelf by colour just to pass the time. I rearranged my entire bookshelf by colour just to pass the time. I tried watching TV, but even the shows I like couldn't hold my attention. I tried watching TV, but even the shows I like couldn't hold my attention. I looked at the clock, blinked, and somehow only 1 minute had passed. I looked at the clock, blinked, and somehow only 1 minute had passed. I made a list of things to do, then ignored every single item. I made a list of things to do, then ignored every single item. I started organising my sock drawer just for something to focus on. I started organising my sock drawer just for something to focus on. I opened the fridge 6 times, knowing full well there was nothing new inside. I opened the fridge 6 times, knowing full well there was nothing new inside. I walked around the house aimlessly, hoping to magically find some entertainment. I walked around the house aimlessly, hoping to magically find some entertainment. I tried starting a new hobby, but gave up after 5 minutes of boredom. I tried starting a new hobby, but gave up after 5 minutes of boredom. I refreshed the same apps over and over, expecting something different to happen. I refreshed the same apps over and over, expecting something different to happen. I counted how many tiles were on my floor because I had nothing else. I counted how many tiles were on my floor because I had nothing else. I started singing nonsense songs out loud just to hear something other than silence. I started singing nonsense songs out loud just to hear something other than silence. I made a paper aeroplane and flew it across the room for 15 straight minutes. I made a paper aeroplane and flew it across the room for 15 straight minutes. I checked the weather even though I wasn't planning to leave the house. I checked the weather even though I wasn't planning to leave the house. I kept switching between tasks without actually finishing anything useful. I kept switching between tasks without actually finishing anything useful. I watched a fly buzz around the room and genuinely found it entertaining. I watched a fly buzz around the room and genuinely found it entertaining. I reread old text messages from years ago just for something mildly interesting. I reread old text messages from years ago just for something mildly interesting. I practiced balancing random objects on my head for no reason whatsoever. I practiced balancing random objects on my head for no reason whatsoever. I refreshed the newsfeed until I started seeing the same article again. I refreshed the newsfeed until I started seeing the same article again. I tried to nap, but even that felt too boring to continue. I tried to nap, but even that felt too boring to continue. I spent 30 minutes deciding what to do and ended up doing nothing. I spent 30 minutes deciding what to do and ended up doing nothing. I sat completely still and tried to beat my personal record for not moving. I sat completely still and tried to beat my personal record for not moving. I watched the washing machine spin and felt mildly hypnotized by the rhythm. I watched the washing machine spin and felt mildly hypnotized by the rhythm. I spoke in different accents to myself out of pure boredom. I spoke in different accents to myself out of pure boredom. I googled what to do when bored and got bored halfway through the list. I googled what to do when bored and got bored halfway through the list.